Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning. If you all can be so kindly to turn all your videos so I can look at your lovely faces on this Friday morning. Ah, beautiful.
Hello.
Nice, nice. Everybody's following the theme, I see. Let's go. Come, let's check out like everybody's outfit of the day first.
Outfit of the day.
Outfit of the day.
Red.
Wow.
A red sampu that I have for the past 5 years probably.
It's only red shirt I have.
Red is
公司
not
發
really
差
good.
Canon.
Right. Anyway, guys, welcome everyone. As you can see here, we do have like a stranger here among us, but trust me, she's not a stranger. She is my facilitator for today's session. Say hi to Amira, everyone.
Hi, Miro.
Hi, Mira.
Hi.
All right, and Amira, this is everyone. You'll get to know everyone else throughout today's session. But anyway, without further ado, let's jump quickly into our workshop. So I hope you enjoy the lounge morning session feeling going on just now. There's like a train behind me and like music. So I'm probably gonna do a bit of like animation for a bit. Oh my God, the train is chasing me. Anyway, all right, cool. Hope you guys had your breakfast. Anybody had your breakfast ready, or it's not like breakfast time for you yet?
Already had my breakfast.
Already have. Good.
Yeah.
You guys have your drink with you. I mean, you guys have your drink ready. I have like my
bottle.
hot coffee to start Friday today's session. Oh, lovely. All right, cool. I will slow down my music so that you can listen to me better. All right, cool. Hello, guys. Quickly, we will be going into the Miro board, the board that you guys tested out during the onboarding. We will jump into that Miro board. Let me just share the link with all of you. Give me a minute. Give me a second. And it is in the chat box. You can see if I can get everybody to come onto the board. I'll see you on the board, and keep your Zoom on. If you have like very quiet background, feel free to keep your mic open. But if you do, mute your mic.
There's a password.
There's a password? Is there a password?
Yeah, it's asking for a password.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
So
Let me
I think while Arif figures out the password for that, I would actually, first things first, of course, just a really quick introduction about myself. So hi everyone, my name is Amira. I actually worked with Arif before when we were in Magic. So a lot of exciting times, got to know all his lame jokes and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, you all will see throughout the workshop what I mean. And before we get into the nitty-gritty stuff, a little bit of housekeeping rules. So I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. Arif, can you allow me to share screen on this? All right, so just a really quick one. Is everyone able to see my screen here? Okay, so of course, because we want this to be as interactive as possible, so keep your videos on. But while others are speaking, please mute yourself because, you know, in a normal physical setting, everyone would be able to speak to each other. But of course, with the pandemic now, we're gonna have to, follow the Zoom and virtual rules. So while one person is speaking, that's the only thing you're gonna be able to hear, unfortunately. So keep yourself muted so that everyone is able to hear the person speaking. And for this non-video participants, this one is, let's say, during our second session, we will be having someone to have a little sharing at the end. So while he's doing his sharing, what you can do is hide the non-video participants. So all you have to do is click on the little bubble at the top of the video with the little 3 dots. And from there you can, whoops, sorry about that. Yep, so you can just select the hide non-video participants. So yeah, that is all for our housekeeping. Arif, how is your progress on the password? You're on mute, buddy.
I think it's okay already. I think everybody can join in. I think it looks good for now. So tell me if anyone has trouble joining in. Is everyone okay?
Yes.
Yeah, fine from my side.
Cool. All right. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bring everyone to the first part here today. And everyone come to me. All right, I will do a small circle over here. If you can see a small circle on the top left corner, it is a red circle. All right, so I want all of you to place your mouse there. That will be the parking spot for this part of the workshop. All right. Cool, everyone okay? Thanks, Amira, for sharing that. Actually, I have like a specific part for that, but since you did it already, so we can move faster, we can move on to the next session already. All right, so hello everyone, good morning, good to see you on a Friday afternoon. Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon, Friday morning with me and Amira, and also the rest of the team members. I believe Ravena's not here yet, right? She will be joining us later.
She'll be joining us as soon as she can.
Okay, cool. No worries.
I'm lost.
You're lost? Who's lost? Andrew?
Yeah.
You're lost, Andrew?
Where am I?
Come to me. I think I've brought everybody to my screen already. Everybody here?
Not me.
Where are you right now?
I'm at the art masterpiece area.
Right, just above it.
Okay, it's here, right?
Yeah, just go above it. All right. Yep, that's it. I'll be sharing my screen as well so that you all can also see what I am showing. Okay. All right, cool. So welcome everybody to the ecosystem mapping. And it's going to be like a very interesting workshop today. We will be doing random activities, not really random, but a few activities evolving around building an ecosystem mapping for your organization. But as usual, Amira did her housekeeping already. And then if you could go to the left side of the ecosystem mapping poster, you will see a few quick tips to remind yourself how to operate Miro. Okay, can you see that? Control D, Command D to duplicate items, V to switch your cursor, double click to start typing on the boxes or post it if you wish to type on it. Control Z to undo, and I think on it. Control Z. Sorry.
I got one more question. How to zoom in and zoom out?
Zoom in and zoom out. If you have a mouse, it's the roll button. If you're using a Mac, I think it's Amira, it's 2 fingers. I don't know what are you using?
So for the Mac, if you want to zoom in and zoom out, you just use your two fingers to pinch the
mouse pad.
The mouse pad. Pinch in is zoom in and pinch out is zoom out.
I think it's the same for Windows as well. Can you try that? Is that okay?
Okay, I think so.
All right, cool. All right, and also as you can see here, the left, all of you have all this lovely panel on your left side of the board where there's like an arrow, the letter T, a square shape, a pencil looking icon. So these are all tools. And what's the point of tools if you can't really use it, right? So if you could go to the right side below the poster and you will see the art masterpiece box over here. So what we'll be doing today is we'll be doing a bit of designing, painting, and a bit of creativity while we build this ecosystem. But let's start off by warming up our brain in creating our own art masterpiece. for this workshop. So feel free to use any tools that is on the left side except the template. Please avoid using the template tool, but use the T, type anything you want there. I'm just gonna start typing here. I'm gonna start typing good morning to everyone, and you can play around with it. You can put post-its, try it out, put post-its notes on there, whatever color you want. Increase the size or decrease the size, type something there. And then I think I also taught you guys on how to use the icon finder and Google image on the three dots button area. So please feel free to use that as well. This is where you can try out stuff. Just create your. We were creating a masterpiece, and art is abstract, so go crazy. You can also try out what this thing does if you press the dot button and you connect it to another box. It looks like you just designed an arrow, like a flow arrow. So there's a lot of things that you can do with Miro tools, but we will be using the basic ones today. But just to get yourself familiarized with everything. So this is it. Lovely. I like it. I like all your contribution to the board. This will be, I'll make Raven to print this and put it in your TusStar office. Is it okay? Wow. Oh, wow. Somebody's making it obvious that they're a Manchester United supporter. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Appreciate if you could decrease the size and put it into the small box would be nice. So that you're familiarizing yourself with how to adjust the box, how to adjust the size, and try not to click the dot next to the box, because sometimes there is a box over there. I see some people have tried the comment features as well. We won't be using that today, but we'll be using a lot of post-its. So I hope you guys are familiar with the how to use the post-its on here. And I think I want to say something as well. When you download the icon finder, there might be a bit of a delay. So maybe 5 seconds delay, only then your icon appears. But anyway, cool. Thanks guys. Thanks for filling up the art masterpiece box. It looks very, very lovely. And if you could follow the right side of the box, there's a dotted arrow and it leads us to where are we going? Where are we going? Ah, a bit of the agenda over here. Ah, Ravina's here. Cool, cool, cool. We get to have Ravina come on board and join us at the beginning of the session, right? All right, so the agenda today is very, very simple. We'll be doing a bit of introduction. We did a bit just now. I'll be doing a bit more after this. Amira just did the housekeeping. I'll be talking about what we'll be doing today, and also we'll be playing some games. I hope there'll be more time so that we can do more games. We'll be doing a lot of brainstorming, building maps and using different lenses, and also understand what's happening in the Malaysian startup scene here. What is happening right now? I would love to know myself as well. So I think it's a really nice time to have everybody together here today. I also managed to pull in Amira. She is very knowledgeable in the ecosystem. You have 1001 questions, and you have 1001 million questions to ask our speaker today. But anyway, before that, also to end today's session, we have a bite-sized Clubhouse with our speaker today, Ehon Chan, and we'll be talking about defining your role in the ecosystem, which is something I feel very, very important in any incubators or any startup communities want to do good stuff, impactful stuff in the ecosystem. All right, so if you could follow the dotted line 2 down, this is where we're supposed to do the introduction, but Amira did her introduction already. I'll do my quick introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Arif Abdurrahman. I am the Youth and Innovation Consultant. Amira over here, Community and Stakeholder Specialist. So we both used to work together, and also apart after we both left to pursue our own path, we still come together because small world, and we share the same passion in doing impact. So we're very happy to have Amira here with all of us today. I know there's some pictures there with me in animal onesie, but looking at time, I don't have time to explain that. So if we could just quickly go to the right side, you can see a speaker profile. It's in a black box. It's covered in a black box. Can everybody see that black box? So up to you, you can read the speaker profile. It's just behind this black box, but because of time, maybe you could do it whenever there is a bit of time after this. But anyway, let's move on to the north side of the box where you will see house rules, but we can skip that because Amira just did her house rules just now. Let's go to your locker room, the familiar part. This is what we did on Wednesday, right? So if you're familiar with this, see all the things that you put in. I'm assuming, Ravina, are you here? If you're here, Ravina, shout out, hey, I'm here.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Right,
Hello, everyone.
lovely.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good
I'm
flight?
going to landing the minute. Yes, I just landing.
Awesome,
I'll
awesome.
try to catch everything. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. We just started anyway. So
And
we're
hello,
still...
Amira. Thank you for coming for our session. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice.
All right, cool. All right, I can see people already started putting a lot of stuff in their box. Amira's going the extra hardworking part where she's writing something. Below the locker room, we have a Q&A board. So I will leave this Q&A board over here throughout the session, and I will bring it around with me. Maybe put it next to the board when we're doing a session or something. If you have any questions, fill up the board, put it on the post-it notes. You have any questions, maybe throughout the session, maybe even it's not a Q&A time, but you suddenly, a question that pops up in your mind, you can put it on the question and we'll try to address it at the end of the session. All good? Cool.
Oh,
right, so yeah.
Means, whenever we have a question, you just leave it here, right?
Yes, you can put the post-it there, fill up the questions in the post-it, duplicate it, and just fill out the board. And I will be, Amira, if you could help me out, every time when we go to like a new part of the workshop, if you could drag the board and also the post-it to that part. I don't think it's locked. I think it's like, yeah, it's not locked. So help me out after this, yeah? All right, cool. If you go to the next slide, the next part of the board, you can see like a very, very big map. So we're gonna do a bit of a game over here. So we're talking about ecosystem mapping. So let's try to do some simple mapping exercise for a bit. As you can see on the left side, there's two post-it notes. There's two lines of post-it notes. One person gets two post-it notes. So this is the game. We're gonna do like a 5 minutes game. Each person gets two post-it notes. What I want you to do is write your name and also favorite. So if you can see at the bottom blue post-it, I wrote my name Arif favorite, and next to it is Arif want. So what we're gonna do here is you're gonna post your favorite place in the whole world on the map on the right side. And when traveling is allowed, one day, someday, hopefully, you can post your want post-it in places where you wish to go when you can travel again after this. Let's do this in 1 minute. Can we do that in 1 minute? All right, go. Amira, you can feel free to also put yours as well.
Okay.
Is my music like sound weird?
There is no music.
So what now?
Still no music.
Oh, all right. It looks like I'm the only one who's listening to this. Right, we have 10 more seconds, guys. Let's do this quickly. Oh, I haven't even put mine yet, actually. So I'll just put mine.
It seems like everyone likes Japan.
Time's up. Time's up. Time's up. Everybody, time's up. All right. Cool. Thanks. Thank you. I guess Roy haven't put his yet, and I see Shiny already put one. Not sure if you put your favorite or is that your want? Okay, lovely. Very nice, very nice. Let's go a few rounds. Can I get Illy? You want to explain your favorite place and where do you want to go next?
favorite place is Malaysia, of course, because I born in Malaysia. I'm Malaysian. Where I want to travel is India because I found it's like very mysterious and got a lot to explore. So that's where I go.
Nice, nice. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you for sharing, Ellie. Can we get Roy to explain where do you have two ones here? Wow, you want to go two places. Roy, over to you.
Hi. I thought I cannot.
No worries, no worries. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You can just continue to explain.
Okay, I want to go to visit Germany and Egypt. One is Germany is because I would love to learn more about the culture of the Germans. Yeah, great food. And for Egypt, I would like to visit the Giza pyramid.
Lovely, lovely.
By this
nice
infrastructure. Okay, and the favorite place I would like to go is the USA.
No, yeah, lah. It's a bit, it's too many cases there, but like let's wait for a bit. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing, Roy. Roy, can we get one more person? Xiao Kang, are you here, Xiao Kang? You wanna explain why you put Russia there and another part is super north? Is there even people living there? Xiao Kang, you wanna go and share?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the biggest country and the coldest place in the world, the Russia and the Iceland. Yeah.
Nice, nice. You like cold places, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Malaysia is a bit like too warm then for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. So quickly, I'm due time we can't get everybody to share this, but we probably can if we have time after this. But from zoom out a little bit and have a bigger picture of the map. It's a few boxes here. Who's obsessed with boxes? Why are you putting all boxes around my board? But it's okay. Don't worry about it. I've cleaned it up. All right. Anyway, so from let's step back a bit and look at the map and look at all the post-its all over the world. If you could summarize or if you could reflect on it, what do you see? What can you make out of what's happening on the map?
Asia-centric.
Asia-centric. Very good. Thank you. Is it Andrew? Did you answer that?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, Andrew. Who else? What else? Maybe Shani, do you want to share something? What can you see on the map? What is the bigger picture here?
That most of us are in the same region.
Most of us in the same region. Cool. Thank you for that. Kuro, my man, where you at? You've been quiet today.
I think first thing, like Andrew mentioned, Asia-centric, and I find that mostly no one's interested in Africa.
All right. Thank you for that that observation, Kuro. So in a nutshell, what we'll be doing today is exactly that. Although in a different context and a different topic. So from here, let's say I am the Minister of Ministry of Tourism of the world. You know, I made that up. It's not real. It's not true. But let's say if it exists from this map, I can already conclude that all of you prefer to go either to around Asia, around Europe, but not around Africa. Even in South America, there's like very few people. So if I am to focus on marketing and doing promos to travel, where would I focus on more?
Europe.
Europe? Why so? Why Europe?
Because I think most of us are interested to go there.
Well, I think from where I'm seeing, I don't know if you're looking at the same screen. I think there are more post-its in Asia compared to Europe.
Yes, yeah.
So I would say if it's Europe, 1, 2, 3, 4, if we count Iceland as Europe as well, to compare with America, where it's just slightly almost the same. But to compare with Asia, look at that. That's Japan, it's Indonesia. I'm assuming that's India as well, somewhere in between all those countries. So this is where we try to dissect the things that we see. And we'll be doing a lot of that today. So I guess I hope that explains a bit of the very, very basic level of what we'll be doing today. Any questions so far?
No.
All good, huh? All right, cool. So, and thank you, Mira, for moving the question board below the map. If you have any questions, feel free to put the questions there. If not, if you guys could follow me through the north part of the map, there will be an arrow that goes to the box that says, what is ecosystem mapping? What is ecosystem mapping? And I don't want to touch too long on this because Google is there. Everybody can Google what is ecosystem mapping. But if you also already quickly read what's on the screen, a very easy way to explain it is ecosystem mapping is a tool to design a map for your business or services and its interaction with your stakeholders or anyone that is around you that will be affected or not be affected. It's all inside this map. So we'll be doing, we'll be touching a lot of that and in the startup Malaysia context. All right, if you could go to the right side and just follow the arrow, right? Ultimate goal. What is our ultimate goal for today? Basically, we will be doing, oh man, something's wrong with my, somebody, hold on, I have trouble clicking my, you know what, never mind that. So supposedly on my screen over here, we'll be doing a lot on strengthening the ecosystem and how you can play a role in it, in strengthening the ecosystem. So if you could go to the next part. Oh, right, quick, that's quite quick. It's 10 o'clock already and we have like a very, very short break. So let's have a quick 3 minutes break to stretch your legs and a bit and like, you know, and warm up your brain, look at the sun, smell some fresh air because we'll be doing a lot of activities after this and I do need all your focus and attention after this. So can we meet here again, let's say in 3 minutes? Is 3 minutes good? Can everybody?
Yep, yep.
All right, cool. So 3 minutes starts now. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes.
Perhaps for those who are not really looking to take a break, maybe this could be a chance for you to sort of just explore how the Miro board works on the, you know, art tool that we used earlier. Also, if you have any questions, you can also put it to the Q&A board as well.
All right.
All right. See you guys in a couple of minutes. For those who are here, how was your Chinese New Year break?
We only have 3 days for Chinese New Year break. Everybody of our colleague in China, they have 16 days.
Wow.
But it's, yeah, like, because Chinese New Year is one of the most important festival in China. So actually, our company celebrated quite a long time. But for us, because we're based in Malaysia, so we're based on Malaysian rules.
Oh.
But add on the whole year's festival, we have more holidays than China.
Oh. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we're so culturally diverse. We have our Hari Raya and our Deepavali and everything else. Usually,
Yeah,
September, I think, is the one with the most holidays.
Yes, it is. It's very good experience to experience a lot of different culture festival in Malaysia. It's quite amazing.
Oh yeah, I celebrate every other festivities. Chinese New Year, Hari Raya, Deepavali, Gawai. I love it. I love all the celebrations here. All right, good guys, thank you. Welcome back. I hope you guys managed to put up some questions, and if you had time to go check out the speaker's profile just now. If it's still a mystery, feel free when we have some break later to go and check out his profile. Very interesting guy. Will be fun to have a conversation with him later. All right, let's go back to the board. Is everybody back on the board? Everybody's on the board?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I've managed to unlock just before the break the logo that I was trying to unlock as basically to strengthen the ecosystem and play a key role. Apologize, I am also still trying to get used with Miro. It is a fun tool, but sometimes it can get a bit confusing. But anyway, let's go back to our session. And I guess everybody's here, including Ravena. And let's do a bit of an energy before we start, just to get your brain more warmed up. All right, cool guys. Let's play a game called The Best Startup in the Universe. Is there such thing? I guess, I don't know. Is there the best startup in the universe? What do you guys think? What is the best startup in the universe?
Clubhouse.
Sorry?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. What? Why so? Why so?
I'm quite surprised the pace of the Clubhouse growing. Okay, and yeah.
Cool. Who else? Who else thinks what's the best setup in the universe right now in Malaysia or in Asia or in the US? In your own opinion?
For me, I might be thinking about Huawei. I know it's already big, but in the beginning, it's a startup.
Oh, so Huawei was like a small little startup before they become like a really big phone company?
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter the way the management, the company, or the products that they use, it's really super innovation and creative. It's like they're doing something people never did. They're trying something people never tried, which is, I think, is super important for entrepreneurs.
All right. Wow. Are you giving us Huawei secrets? You're telling us Huawei secrets? I hope that's okay. Last one. If anybody would kindly share what they thought, or what's in your opinion
I think
best?
probably is Grab or Uber. Yeah, because now, especially during the COVID, everyone's using delivery service, so it's super big now.
I agree. I think fleet management is huge now, and logistics. So we'll talk a bit about that in a bit. In a bit. So, but first, remember your locker room. If you guys could go back to your locker room, we're gonna do this energizer. In your box, pick only one item. Pick only one item. Don't pick all. Some of you only have one item, so you have no choice but to only pick that.
Pick what item do you mean?
The item in your locker room. Remember your locker room? I'll bring you back to your locker room.
So we can only pick the existing ones, right?
Yes. I mean,
I cannot add anything.
Nope, you cannot add anything. You had your chance. So I'll give you 30 seconds. Decide for yourself one item. Which one do you wanna take with you?
Okay, then.
Okay, all good. You guys picked one already?
Yep.
All right, so I will be breaking you guys out into 2 teams, and I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes to come up with the best startup with a combination of the items that you just chose. So in your team, you have five people, and then each person have 5 items. You have to combine all these 5 items into your startup, and let's see who has the best startup. Can we do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody got your item already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna break you into rooms. Mira, I'm gonna put you into room 2. I will be in room 1. If anything, do reach out to me if there's any questions. Okay. I'll be counting on the timer from now, and what you'll be doing is at the end of the 5 minutes, you have to pitch 1 minute why your startup is the best and what are you selling. Cool?
Oh my
Very
god.
familiar, right?
Oh
I mean,
my God.
you guys work in an incubator. You guys seen ideas, crazy ideas, best ideas, really bad ideas.
I shouldn't
Go
have chose
crazy.
this item. Oh my God.
Well, too late now. All right, see you guys in 5 minutes, okay? All right, you guys can go into your breakout rooms.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Sounds like you guys are super confident in your startup. I love the discussion. I love the crazy ideas. I love the innovation. I can see why you guys work in an incubator. All right, so is everybody here? Is everybody here?
Yes.
Everybody back into the room? Cool.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Welcome back. I'm excited to hear your the best setup in the universe. Hopefully this will open up more crazy ideas and we'll see more amazing setups in 5 years to come from TusStar. Let's start with group one. Group one, who is your presenter? And let me know when you're ready. We'll start the 1 minute pitch. Group one.
Yes.
Come forward.
Yes. So hi everyone. My name is Kenneth, and I'll be the presenter for Group One.
Hi, Kenneth.
Hi. And should we start now?
Yes. Go. 1 minute.
All right. So our startup is called Muse. Muse is this idea came from a goddess, which is also called Muse. So this is about an application in gaming and music, where we will partner with Apple or be part of Apple Music. So this application helps track people behavior or emotion, because it can know what kind of music you're listening. And then how this app function is that we will design a puzzle for each music, and then you have to get all the puzzles together eventually to know what music is that. And then this app will choose your favorite music, and will help you to get to know yourself, what kind of person you are in terms of what music you listen. And then yeah, that's it.
Oh my god, wow, so loud. How many people? I thought there's only 11 people here. Sounds like 300,000 people. All right, thank you so much for that. That is pretty cool. I did not see that coming. That's and a really nice name for the startup. Cool stuff. All right, next, let's hear from team number 2. Team number 2, all yours.
Okay, so our team is called Love Health. It's a fitness center, fully automated, and it's run by the highest technology developed at MIT. It's fully tech, and our mission is to give you the healthiest lifestyle. So we will calculate super precisely what is the best food for you to eat, what is the best fitness plan you need to have to be happy. And our main sort of value proposition is that we will find you the best person in love. So we'll find you the best person to be with for the rest of your life. And we already have 500 patents, and our team at MIT are very excited to roll this out to everyone. Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, nice, very nice, cool. Did you see what's the name of your startup again? Love hate all. Love health.
Yeah.
All right, nice, cool. I'm just gonna open up to everyone. Out of these 2 ideas, which do you think would make it in TusStar's incubation?
Maybe I want to give one of my idea. Like, yeah, previously I'm thinking, like, okay, this startup name called the Sleep Beauty, and it's a machine, and you can just sleeping down when you're back to home, and it will be help you automatic shower and a facial, and you can sleep inside. And when you're sleeping, the temperature and the water, I don't know how to say it, like the water things will be keep your body keep its collagen and also a second day it will be have your automatic makeup. Then you can go to work. Yeah.
Well, looks like Ravena starting her own startup. She don't want to co-found any companies with you guys, but well, I guess she
No,
can.
no, no. I just want to give one my opinion.
No worries, no worries, no, it's okay. We're just having fun here. Cool, thank you for sharing. I'm sorry there's no winners. I cannot give you any serious fundings for your startup idea, but I do hope you found some funders in Clubhouse. Let's move on. If I could get everybody back into the board, I'll be sharing my screen as well. If you can access the board, you can check out my screen. All right, let's see here. I'm just gonna minimize my video. All right, if we could go back to, let's see, where are we right now? I'm gonna bring you guys back to the river. If you saw a river just now, and there's like a bear waiting for you at the river, because we will be going to the next part of our workshop. It will be a lot of activities, so I think I've warmed you guys enough with the brainstorming session, with the eco mapping exercise here and there. So let's all start the next session. I just need to unlock this for a bit. All right, can everyone see what's beyond the river? What's next to the coconut tree?
Flat room.
Yep, I'm just gonna bring everybody back to me. Everybody here? Everybody here with me? Is everybody next to the coconut tree?
Yes.
If you're next to the coconut tree, pick an emoji and then put it under the coconut tree or on top of the coconut tree. There should be 11 people there. I'm gonna put this. I think we need more llamas around here. Yeah, here we go. I think this llama can climb. It's a Malaysian llama. It can climb coconut trees. All right, cool, lovely, lovely, lovely. You will, okay, right. Let's move on to the next room. If you can see next to the coconut tree, there is this splat room. What is the splat room? So I did this exercise with Arvina already yesterday, but it seems like you guys all managed. She managed to join us as well. So, but feel free, Arvina, for you to join this session as well. Remember, I mentioned to you to bring a list, to have a list with you. Your existing partners, partnership lists, partners, existing beneficiaries, or your wish list. You guys have it with you today?
Yes, we do.
All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
that's awesome. The splat room is where we will be splatting instead of paint. We will be splatting the room with post-it notes, and each post-it notes, there will be one stakeholder or one partner, beneficiary, vendor, everything which is in TusStar's contact, and also your wish list. So I think you guys are familiar how to put on the post-it notes. If you need a size, you can look at the bottom left corner. I put in Magic and MDEC over there. You can use this size. I think this size should be quite good enough. Let's do a 3 minutes brainstorm and just fill up the splat room. Just put all your partners, existing, non-existing, all of it there. Ken, let's do that in 3 minutes. Any questions so far, guys?
No.
Okay, awesome. Two minutes, 45 seconds. If you guys ever need some prompters, some questions to get your brainstorming going, below on the right corner, there's prompters, the kind of questions where you can ask yourself or you can ask your team members and see who pops up in your mind, and you can put it in the post-it notes. Do you guys need more time?
I think it's okay.
I think we're good.
We're good? All right. And I love TusStar. You guys are very, very efficient. All right. Well, this flat room looks more like you don't have enough brush and colors to splat all over the room. But anyway, this looks good. This looks very, very good. Anyone just want to get an idea? Anyone didn't put anything there?
I in fact, we actually prepare a list, sort of like 100 to 200 the potential one to contact with. But here are the one we've handpicked, and should be private or not. Yeah.
Okay, fair, cool. I think it's good to also save that list on the side, because I do want to say this ecosystem map at the end of this workshop, it's not permanent. Definitely, it will definitely grow as you progress. So good to have that list ready already. Okay, so let's just go around, see what do we have here. Looks like you have UN, you have Astro, TechStars, Angel Investors, AWS. From here, so most of these stakeholders, are they based in Malaysia? Are they 80% of them are in Malaysia, or they're like more to international?
Mainly are Malaysians. Some of them are international or the unicorn.
And these are lists where you guys are in contact with, but also you guys want to contact, is it?
More like the wish list.
This is the wish list, but you get okay, cool. But you already, do you put in some of your existing partners already?
Yeah, we do.
All right. Awesome, cool. Thank you very much for that. So now over here we have the splat room. I would imagine it to be more post-it notes, but this seems okay for now. Let's go with this. Any questions so far? Anybody wants to put on any questions on the Q&A board? No, none so far. Okay, cool. All right. I hope the prompters helped you a bit in thinking of like who else the stakeholders that you should also be reaching out to. As we move on to the next activity, me and Amira will probably add on a few lists where we feel could be relevant in the work that you do. And can you see the bridge on the right side of the box? There's like another bear. There's bears everywhere around the board. They're just like hanging out on the river, on the bridge, but he's just hanging out. He's not dangerous, so don't worry about it. If you could go across the bridge, you'll see this lovely bullseye looking diagram. Can everybody see it?
Yep. Yes.
Right, if you zoom in, there's a few categories: investors, awards, support, consulting, and coaching, co-working and training, and so on. So from the list that you have, that you built in this platform, what I need you to do is transfer all these lists into here according to which landscape they're most relevant in. And it's okay to put in twice or 3 times, because a few organizations, a few agencies or startup communities, they tend to do a lot of stuff. They tend to do 3 or 4 or 5 stuff. So feel free to copy paste some of the post-it notes and fill up the diagram. Ignore the shades of gray. It has nothing to do with this activity yet. You just have to fill up the post-it notes into the each pie. And so that it looks a bit nicer, maybe you could scale down the post-it notes. All right, so let's do this activity until we're somewhat satisfied with it. Cool?
All right.
Oh, okay.
How's the board looking so far, guys? Man, this is beautiful. This is amazing. It's different when you do workshops in real life and also online. I think me and Mira will also be putting some of our lists as well over here. So hope you don't mind some extra post-it notes over here. So don't touch my post-it notes unless you also know where to put some of them. Feel free to. Let's see. Everybody following so far? Any difficulties?
No.
Lei, Edison, Shiny, all okay?
Yep. Yes. So far, so good.
Alicia, Andrew, Roy, all good?
Yep, all good.
Ili,
I'm
Kuro?
wondering where we should put.
Yep.
Sorry?
I'm
Yeah, Alicia?
wondering where we should put like the government ones, like MIDA.
Okay, so so depending on like what they do, because if they do on like giving money, giving seed fundings, then it's in the investor side. Like I said just now, feel free to copy it to do a duplicate of it. You can put in investor side, And MIDA, actually, I'm not really sure what they do. So if they also do networking events, you can also put it in networking. And I think they do a bit of consulting, right? But maybe not too.
It's the government that does like development.
Development. They could go into consulting or
Okay.
yeah, consulting, training, information and platforms for association. That can be there too. Yeah. It's a very nice list. If you guys have the time, just zoom out a bit and just look at this beautiful post-it note, beautiful diagram with lovely, lovely post-it notes. Even along this, if you guys have suddenly thought of something, just put it in. Just put all of that in. I think even if me and Mira, we would like to list down all of the lists that we have as well, it might take 2 weeks probably. Especially Amira. Amira has like, she's super famous in the ecosystem. Am I right, Amira? Okay, so I'm just gonna put in a few more stuff in there. Man, my posters are huge. How's Miro doing on your side? Is it slow? Is it smooth? Any trouble so far? Okay, everyone?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Happy to see Ravina can also use Miro properly, because when we did the onboarding, it was like a bit of a difficulty here and there. Buttons on my post-its is a bit too, it's big, but I guess it's easy to read.
Alif, actually, I have a question.
Yes.
In my mind.
Yeah.
In fact, we actually have a lot of resources from the China side. I mean, the agencies or your organizations that we could reach to, but somehow I just can't figure out how to connect this into the local one. Yeah. So I don't know how to squeeze resources into this part.
Can you give me one example?
For example, I see. Okay, so let's say I have a organization which has or maybe just a research center. Okay.
Okay.
In China, they have some certain advanced technologies, perhaps, and how could this collaborate or connect with the local company or so?
So I think at least they fall on the consulting, I think. Because they're research, right? They do research.
Yeah, they do research.
So I think they do research. They science teaching and transfer a bit.
Yeah.
So a bit of that, and I think information and platforms for association as well, because if they're talking a lot about it. It's where you see the activities they do. And looking at a lot of things over here, an example would be, I'm surprised I don't really see a lot of magic post-its around, because Magic does quite a number of things. They do co-working, they do consulting, they do incubators and accelerators, information as well, events and networking. But I only see Magic in incubators and accelerators. So this is where we get to see also like who's doing everything, who's the one who's a bit, oh yeah, so I want to do everything, I want to do this, I want to do that. So at least we managed to capture any organizations or association that is doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Understood.
Let's see. Okay, so I think this is pretty good, except pardon my post-it. Let me just like minimize it a bit. And I tell you guys to like minimize the post-it, but I don't do it myself. All right, cool. If I could print this, if I could like. So the thing is, I've done a few workshops, ecosystem mapping workshops, physically, and it will be like on a really big canvas paper on the wall, and you use your post-its to just post around, and you will see like the huge wall in the office, and we'll just like it's always growing. The map is always growing. So we'll buy lunch and we'll come to the table while we eat lunch together with the team. We look at the wall and start to think again, like, where can we see the connection here and there? So it's actually a really fun lunch activity to do. So maybe one day when everybody can go back to the office, you could also have this physically on your on TusStar's office. You'll be surprised the epiphany and crazy ideas and the connection that you can map out when you have it physically in front of you and you can see the whole picture. But this is good enough. You can zoom in and zoom out, and we can put endless post-it without buying new post-its. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, thoughts so far. Ravina, what do you think of this activity so far? Is Ravina here? Or she's probably trying to check in or on her way to the meeting. But anyway, maybe Kenneth?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, hey Kenneth. So far, from this map, from the all the post-it that we've put in here and there, what can you see? What can you derive from this?
I can see that we are listing a lot of very, very good potential partners, but it is when we are very big and when we grow more. But we have less partners or potential partners that can fit to our ecosystem currently in terms of our size, like right now. But if we do grow, we do have a lot of potential partners, the very, very strong one, where we can partner with. Yeah. So I think we have to focus more on what we have now and what we need now.
Cool. We'll do a bit of exercise on that to just help you decide who's important, who's not. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, but overall, I think we are quite ambitious. Yeah.
It's good. It's good to be ambitious. It's a thing. It's that mood where let's do our best. Let's shoot for the moon, and if we miss, at least we hit the stars, right? So good to be ambitious. We all want to do amazing impact. Thank you for sharing, Kenneth. Ellie, are you here? Ellie?
I'm here.
Hi, Ellie. So what do you think so far of the activity? What do you see here? What can you derive from this map over here?
There's a lot of well-known companies. I actually don't have an idea on this, but I got questions for you.
Yes, you have a question. Please ask me then.
I want to know what we will learn after these sessions. What our role as in a tech ecosystem or other stuff.
Okay. So can I just bring you guys to the bottom right If you can see like a blue building, blue windows over there, and you will see like a red box underneath it. It's the Swiss tech ecosystem. Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, let's just remove this and everything. I'm gonna give you, this is actually an example, a case study of, oops, what happened here? Sorry, excuse me. Oh my God, I have trouble unlocking this. Yeah, all right, there you go. That's it. That's the a case study. So this is an example. Let me just lock this first so that it doesn't move around. Okay, cool. Everybody can see it?
Yes. Wow.
So take 30 seconds, 15 to 30 seconds to just like sink in. What's this?
I feel like we have a significant difference in terms of balance. Like we have significantly lower in terms of awards and support, and we have significantly much more in other parts of the ecosystem. That's what I feel right now compared to.
Cool. Thank you so much, Edison, for pointing out $1 million point. So yes, definitely from this, if you want to compare with the Swiss tech ecosystem, even in the award and support, that's like 1, 2, 3, 20 or 25 or something like that. And I'm assuming there's a few categories. Even though there's an award for startup, there's also an award for like fit startups or something like that. It's more categorized. So to compare that with what we have here in Malaysia, let's look back at the big map of the awards and support, which is in a way nobody actually talk about the support. I mean, sorry, the award. Do you guys know if there's an award in Malaysia?
Yeah, but we very good with those awards and recognitions.
Sorry, Kenneth, I think I heard muffled. You were a bit muffled. Were you saying?
Yeah, but we barely connect with those awards and recognitions in Malaysia. Yeah. I think we find our weaknesses.
All right. So I would derive from the Swiss startup ecosystem, like the amount of support it can get, the amount of investors, the amount of incubators and accelerators and everything. It's like you say, it's more intense, and if we compare it with ours, it's like a bit of imbalance. Can we see what do we have a lot in? Like we have a lot of what? What's crowded now? Which portion is crowded?
The events networking and the information platforms are quite crowded.
The incubator and accelerator as well.
Okay. I will jump a bit of the gun. I think some of you asked about what is your US unique selling proposition, right? Like, what makes TusStar different than any other incubator? So if you want to use incubator, accelerators, or co-working space to compete, to be the best, this will be the people that you'll be competing with. And know that when it comes to award, Magic Global Accelerator Program have won numerous awards. I can't remember, maybe 2-3 years in a row of having the accelerator, the best accelerator in Southeast Asia, or if I'm not mistaken. So here's my question for you. Do you want to take that title from Magic?
Yeah, if we
As
can.
TusStar.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Do you want it, or do you like if can we would take it, but if not, yeah. So
it would be ideal to have that, but I'm not sure if we're all confident that we can. So it's not like let's do it.
understand, no worries. So here's where it gets a bit more. Ili, right, asked me the question just now. What's happening? What's gonna happen after this? So let's say you're like have that mission this year. What we're gonna do, we're gonna be the best incubator, we're gonna be the best accelerator, and we're gonna beat every other accelerator right there. Looking at the portion right here, looking at this side, you have a lot to compete with.
Yep.
So compared to like when you mentioned like there's not a lot of people that does award to startups and everything, it could be an easier landscape to battle in if you guys be the one that presents the award. I mean, this is just a thought. This is not something that I'm asking you guys to do, but have a thought in it.
I think just to add on a little bit to what Arif has shared, yes, all these organizations on this list. So there are two ways that you can see these organizations. They are either your competitors or they can either be your partners. So sometimes, you know, especially with the current COVID situation, you know, resources might be running a little low. So there's the question on whether you want to turn your competitor into your frenemy. So frenemy is, you know, a combination of friend and enemy, right? Maybe you might have similar kind of missions, but let's say you're looking at Magic and it's like, oh wow, Magic is it's such a large organization. How can I compete with them? The question is, should you compete or should you partner instead? So by partnering with them, you turn them into your frenemy, where you know, TusStar and Magic may have similar kind of values, but at the same time, you're still working towards a similar goal. So I think you know, this is also something that you can look at, where which of these organizations do you want to put them into the competitor bucket or as a frenemy bucket? Because you know, they might have the resources, and with TusStar and working with some of these organizations, you could create an even better ecosystem and even better than what there already is currently. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that very, very important information, Amira. Yes, definitely. We are living in 2021 where it's the era of collaboration. Not so much where back in the 90s, 80s, or even the early 2000s, where companies are like just fighting, being who is the best. But now you see Uniqlo is a great example where they collaborate with a lot of other artists, a lot of other designers right there. So, you know, in my point of view, they spend less on designing their style because they're collaborating with another artist. So what they do, they manage Uniqlo, they spread out the message, they do the marketing part and stuff like that. So I think this is where also it's important for you to see where's your strength. And if you partner up with a certain organization, you should also see their strength. You should also see you know, where can you get resources from them and where they also can get resources from you. So the win-win situation. I'm pretty sure you guys are very aware with this of how's the partnership going on. I'm gonna quickly bring you guys to if you guys could go the bottom part below the case study of the Swiss tech startup ecosystem. Let's go to the snapshot area. This is pretty interesting to see who in Malaysia ecosystem, who's the notable people, top accelerators, key startups, top scale startups, regulatory body, and key industry trends. You can pick copy from the from the post-it notes from above, or you could do a new one. I don't think we have any notable people in the quadrant up there, but you can type any notable people that you feel quite important person, you know, in the startup ecosystem. Definitely not me, maybe Amira, but yes. All right.
Person or company?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Must be a person or company?
Sorry?
The notable person who must be a person or company?
Person. If we have, you know, Malaysia's very own Elon Musk, put him there. I'm not sure who is Malaysian Elon Musk, but if we have a Malaysian Elon Musk, this could be that. I would say I would give maybe Kylie. Kylie should be here. Do you know Kylie?
Yeah, I was about to say as well.
Yeah, I think Kylie's quite quite active in Clubhouse as well. He's doing a lot of content, webinar around tech and startup and everything. So Ali is an example of notable people. Regulatory body, it's like the government agency or the government itself. I would put MEDEC here, Ministry of Entrepreneur and Development, Ministry of Entrepreneur Development and Community. So I'll just put MEDEC up here. Have you guys started filling up the snapshot already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Please continue to do so. Excuse me for 1 minute. I need to go to the toilet, and please feel free to use this time to go to the toilet as well. But we will discuss and dissect more of this in a bit. All right.
Okay.
I can see that there's a question. Should we collaborate with as many partners as we should at this point? We are just starting to firm up our position. So I think this is also something that you can look at. If you think of like maybe like a roadmap, what kind of partners do you plan on working with in 2021? So that's just something you can think about for now.
Yeah, because I guess for us, we are starting to like actively search for partners, but we're not sure if we are in a strong position to do that because a lot of our infrastructure and the internal work is still ongoing. So we're not sure if this will actually amplify like what we don't have.
Okay, so don't worry because another part of the workshop itself on this Miro board will sort of give you an idea on that as well. So yeah.
Okay. I have another question. So, Amira, you were in Magic, and you also mentioned how like it could be a frenemy kind of thing, and I'm just wondering how should we approach it because I feel like when I was talking to Carson, she wasn't too keen about like collaborating and stuff, and it seems like a lot of the connections are governmental, like Scale Up, Unback, and stuff. So I'm not sure if we are in the position to also strike a partnership. That's so.
Okay, so basically let's say for Magic, because they have so many different programs, they have so many different events, I think what TusStar needs to do first is to sort of list out what TusStar's strongest points are. It could be the, ecosystem and networks in China itself. So maybe you can think of how can you bring that network to strengthen what Magic already has. But I would also recommend to maybe reach out to not just Carson because they have so many different departments in Magic and each department focuses on a different aspect. So perhaps, just meeting with them and just to see what kind of other programs and events that they offer. And from there, you can sort of map out where TusStar can come in. Maybe it could be networking, maybe it could be part of the incubator, or even look at in the funneling process of how you can either bring in TusStar's entrepreneurs into Magic or Magic's entrepreneurs into TusStar's programs.
And I have a question here. Just now you're talking about bringing the resources from China to Malaysia, right? And we did actually do this, but we come across with some difficulties like the language barriers, the culture and everything. Yeah. And we find it quite difficult actually to fuse those resources into the Malaysia part.
Amira, you want to take that or maybe I'll just jump in for a bit?
Yeah, you can jump in.
Okay, so That's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't think there's like one or two correct answers. There's multiple correct answers. In my opinion, that is why TusStar is here in Malaysia. Because when you say there's a lot of regulatories, culture, different aspects and everything. So I would say from my point of view, TusStar being a global incubator and why you're here in Malaysia is because you will have to localize it. And that's where when you mentioned about the regulatory bodies, I think it's also quite important that you start building that connection with ministries. MDEC is an agency, but they also report to, I'm not sure, MDEC reports to who, by the way? Amira, do you know? They report to MMC, is it?
I'm not too sure because
I think
ministries kind of keep changing a lot.
So yeah. Anyway, so for example, MDEC is very much on entrepreneurship development. I would also suggest to have a good relationship, difficult one, but build a relationship with MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That will definitely. Sorry.
In fact, we actually did build such relationship with the ministry, like the Ministry of Finance and so on. But I think due to the, I can say, some political issues are so
So
go and so on. Yeah.
Definitely. I think I'll just take this time to share while you build the snapshot. Dealing with one ministry is already I don't know how to put it in words, but it's not easiest thing. So dealing with one ministry is already like quite difficult. But I was put in a position where I have to deal with two ministries, two government agencies, two main funders, and here this is my experience when I was in UNDP Malaysia. So, and we're in the middle. UNDP Malaysia is in the middle because we also report to UNDP regional, but then we're also trying to bridge with these two ministries and two agencies. I don't know how to put this in a nice way, but it's not nice in terms of not in terms of people, but in terms of the amount of work, the amount of like ping-ponging, the amount of like emailing, following up, and all that. It is not an easy task. It will get a bit frustrating, but
I feel.
yes. But I think it's quite important to also be in the picture of ministry where they see you as, oh, well, you know what, we have something. Here's an example. We were talking to Ministry of Youth and Sports. We talked to them early on of the year, like maybe in November the year before. So we were introducing about our programs and events, and important questions to ask them is, what's their big plan? You know, every ministry have allocated budget to do so, and this it's something that they have to spend throughout the whole year. They have to spend this. If they don't spend this, then we have to give it back to MOF. So ministries as well, they have a lot of things going on. They definitely have a lot of programs, a lot of KPIs, and plus apart from work, there's also they have to play the politics. So it's a crazy work dynamic, but it will definitely help if you know that ministry's KPI, for example, or their mission for that year. Example would be KBS was supposed to host a youth. But I can't remember what was the thing. So it's a youth thing where they get youth to go abroad to do some volunteering and then call up volunteers from all over Asia or the world, I can't remember, to come to Asia. So while we were actually approaching them and we wanted to talk about like a regional summit, so they also had a plan where they want to do like something big for youth to come to Malaysia. This is before the pandemic time, by the way. To come to Malaysia and do like a big event, but they don't know yet what to do. And we came in at the right time and we're like, hey, we have this in mind and this is our partners. We want to partner up with this and everything. Sounds good. Sounds like, hey, you know what? You're actually doing the work for us. We don't have to build this summit because you're already coming in, brief the budget and everything. they will love you. They will reply your text at 11 p.m. if so, because basically you guys are helping them doing their work. So
can I just add on a little bit?
Yep, go ahead, Miro.
Sometimes looking for a partner to collaborate with is like looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend. Let's say, you go on Tinder, you're swiping through all these people, and then, you have to ask them a few questions. What do you like? What food do you eat? Do you like cats or dogs? So sometimes that's how it's like with looking a partner to collaborate with. You have to do a little bit of shopping, because there's so many fishes in the sea. Sometimes you need to do you need to go on a few dates, ask them, what do they like? What is their mission in life? And speak to as many people as possible to find the one that you want to marry with.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Then I have a question here. What question should we ask ourselves about finding the right partners?
Okay, Amira, I love that that analogy. But I have one question for you. What is Tinder?
Sorry.
What's Tinder?
What's Tinder? You can download and try it.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I've used Tinder before. I've used Tinder 3-4 years ago before it becomes crappy. But anyway, to follow up Amira's answer and also to somewhat answer Edison's question, let's talk about the context of dating, right? Because you guys are meeting new partners and you're having that conversation, asking what do you like, what you don't like. So I've experienced this in real life, going on dates and then, went on for the first date and you're like, oh, I'm not really sure, stuff like that. So I hacked this by already the first date, meeting is your first meeting with your partners, your potential partners and everything. by already asking the right questions, by already asking things straight in front. So I did this. On the first date, I played this game called the question game. And it's basically, we start the day with, like, I'll ask you one question, you answer it honestly, and then you ask me one question, I answer it honestly. In 30 minutes, you probably have 20 questions already answered. If you play this correctly. So imagine your first meeting with a ministry, and already you spend the first 5 minutes just telling you what TusStar does, but then most of the time when people come in and we've also done it also, where we bring this big general deck, we explain A to Z what we do. Partners usually they're like, oh well, yeah, nothing hits me, so they won't even talk to you, because we also tried to talk to a few partners I've experienced where they're very much into education, but we couldn't find any program that can relate back to education. And the 1 hour meeting was not fruitful. But if only we did our research a bit just to find out the CSR of that company, what do? They do a lot on schools, school kids and everything. That's already like, just before coming to the meeting, you already know that they're interested in this. While you build your pitch deck, while you build your proposal or concept note, this is where when you know something about a person, you wanna nudge that person, right? If that person likes, for example, Manchester United, and he likes Manchester United, you wanna be friends with him, talk and compliment Manchester United and say like, oh, I like this person, I like that person in Manchester United. That person will already like, oh, really? Oh, we share the same common interest. So same as well with ministries. It's not easy. I think definitely Amira and me, and also when we do like the Clubhouse session later, we can give you some really, really important tips. I do feel. But keep the questions coming. I think can we go back to the snapshot before we move on to a few more, and then after that, let's see if we can do the Clubhouse early and we can do a lot more questions and answers. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Cool. Look at this snapshot. So this is the Malaysia context, right? We're not talking about notable people in China or regulatory top accelerators in China. This is the Malaysia context. Cool. Nice. Let's go to notable people first. Oh man, you guys know your thing. Cervantes, Daniel, right? I think is Daniel Cervantes.
Yeah.
Okay. Jay. I'm not sure who's Jay.
Jay from the Grab in Singapore.
He is the
head of strategy.
Okay,
I
okay,
thought
all
he
right.
was a designer.
Sorry?
Andrew. I thought he
Yep.
was a designer.
Yeah, he's the head of designer.
Oh, here designer.
Okay. I would say he's not very notable in a way. Why do you say he's notable? I mean, is he very, very important? Anything he says, anything he does, will it change the startup ecosystem?
Yes, I think somehow he did because we knew him from Clubhouse, and the things he talked with us is quite amazing. It's also we talk about his background is
Okay.
from US, Silicon Valley, and they shift to China and Singapore. So it's quite a diverse background.
Like I wouldn't say he's notable in Malaysia though, because he's based in Singapore actually, and he's more US based than anything else. So I wouldn't say he's notable in Malaysia.
Yeah,
but
agree with this.
Feel free to.
But if you can get him to be interested in Malaysia, I think that will be awesome if you have close connection with him. All right, Tony Fernandez is a good example. Anthony Tan, somewhat. Tengku Zafrul, I'm not really sure if he's I mean, yeah, he is somewhat important because in the government, but I don't think he's notable in the startup ecosystem. Jimmy Choo. What is Jimmy Choo? Does he have a startup now? Are we talking about the same Jimmy Choo?
Yes, I think he's known in the US, right? More, but although he's Malaysian.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, I think let's stick to this first because let's go to the top accelerators first. Cool. We have Magic, Nexia, Kazana, Neo, and CTech. Y Combinator. Do we have Y Combinator in Malaysia?
Nope.
Yeah.
US.
Oh, US. Okay. Let's try not to put US context. Let's do Malaysia context. Actually, so far, I that's true. I only know Magic as more because we're both from Magic, so we know a lot about Magic as accelerator. But do you guys heard of any other top accelerators in Malaysia?
Runway iLab, we forgot to have that.
Okay, you can put that. I want to put something here as well. I think I put it in the ecosystem quadrant, but I'll put this as well. So although not specifically, it is an accelerator / incubator / scale up and everything else. Although it is, to me, it's by Shell. And it's pretty good. It's based in Sarawak and Sabah, but they do more on the SE side, social enterprise. So they develop more social enterprises for this. So maybe I'll just put it next year, unless you guys want to venture more into social entrepreneurship, then we can have a big conversations on that. All right, let's go to key startups. Wow. In this key startups section, are you guys close with them? Are you guys friends? Is TusStar?
Yes.
Yeah, all mainly are our eco members.
Yeah.
Some of them are our eco members. Some of them are about to be our eco members. Yeah.
Oh, eco members meaning they went into your program, or they're in your incubator, or they're just renting the space there?
There's few possibilities, which is one, they are renting the space, and at the same time they enjoy the benefit from the ecosystem, and the second one, they are just purely the eco member, which are not rental. So definitely the situation for eco members.
This is cool, but I think in the Malaysian context, I would say yes, StoreHub is there. Statuary is almost there. I think somewhere there. Easy Parcel, yeah, not bad. But I'm not really sure about the other startups. I'm not sure how significant they are, lah.
Yeah, I think we don't really have a good idea of who the best startups are in Malaysia.
maybe we're still having a blurred image about what is the key startups. And here, more of them are more like we think that they are really potential, but haven't have the real impact in our startup community.
If you refer the key startup to the Malaysia one, yes, they are not. But in our ecosystem, yes, they do. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think this is quite important as well to also know, say if this is your key startups, right? And TusStar's key startup. So if you talk to an example, another incubator, let's say Magic, will Magic know all these startups?
Not really.
No, that's okay, because your goal is to make sure they know in 6 months' time, right? So anyway, we're doing this exercise to shape your thought and thinking of so at least when you talk to somebody in the startup ecosystem, notable people, usually people will just like swing their names, assuming you know them. Like, oh, blah blah blah, I spoke to this guy, blah blah blah, and then you're in your mind like, oh, this guy must be famous, but I'm not really sure who. So it's important to also update this snapshot so you know what's going on in the startup ecosystem. I definitely need to update my snapshot as well, because I only know very few, and when I was more active in the startup ecosystem. Now I do know who's the notable people in social entrepreneurship, but it's good to know these people, because in any case, it is an opportunity for you to connect them and to connect with them. And if they're super power and all, they can really leverage your programs and services. Imagine Elon Musk come and like do an opening of your bootcamp or your incubation, your 6 months TusStar incubation opening by Elon Musk. Imagine that. But I mean, not sure if we can get invitation from Elon Musk, but you see what I'm going, right? Yeah.
I have a question. Based on your opinions, who are the key startups in Malaysia?
I think.
Amira, you go.
Yeah. So I'm sort of looking at the key startups and top scale ups, right? I think first things first, I want to sort of define a little bit between startups and scale ups. So for startups, are those maybe around perhaps a revenue of around maybe below 10 million ringgit on an annual basis, and scale ups would be more of those who are on a higher scale. So Custom would be like a scale up. Fashion Ballet is considered like a scale up. For Ox White, I think they are still considered as a startup because they are still probably still less than 10 million ringgit in revenue. For startups, you have those like Health Metrics, Cat Bay, Mosery, Picha Eats, the social enterprise. I'm trying to think of that, but it's so many. Katsana, PTT Outdoor. Yeah, I mean, it's a really big list, but let's say how you can search for these startups. I would suggest that, you look at all these, the top accelerator programs that you have listed here, and try to look at their company portfolios. So, you know how like the Magic program, they have their Global Accelerator program, and they have a page for their cohort companies. So if you look at that, you can get like a whole range of lists of startups just from there. So that's just one way that you can start searching for new startups. You can go to media outlets like Vulcan Post, where sometimes they will shout about new companies in Malaysia, new startups and new scale-ups. From there, you can actually start crafting out your list of companies that, you can potentially reach out to and connect with. But yeah, accelerator programs, other entrepreneur organizations, they would usually have their portfolio of companies on their website. So that is a brilliant place to start looking.
Okay,
Thank
you so much.
Amira, thank you for pointing out Vulcan Post. Oh man, I don't think, do you guys know Vulcan Post?
Yes, yes.
I think we should put Vulcan Post in the Malaysian startup ecosystem somewhere because they play a very, very important role in terms of awareness. If you Google Vulcan Post, they're one of the very few media company that highlights startups in Singapore, in Malaysia, who are the top startups here and there. And I think it's a really great way for, let's say, if TusStar would to have a mission to be a bit more visible, I think Vulcan Post is a very good partner to work with, or a very good media agency to get your story out. Definitely. I'll just put Vulcan Post in the award area because that's also in terms of support.
Yeah, so I think in terms of media outlet, there's Vulcan Post, there's The Edge, Malaysian Insider, what else? Even CIS by, what's that company called? Rev Asia. They also occasionally share about startups and the entrepreneur ecosystem.
Cool. Thank you. Any other question? Can we go back to the snapshot? I need to finish the snapshot before we move on. Then let me just bring everybody to me. So this is definitely not the end product. I do encourage you guys to fill this up more. And I think in the startup ecosystem, things change every day. I think every 12 hours there's something new, or even after a week. I probably would tend to say, when you ask me like what's the best startup, I wanted to say some startups, but I'm not really sure if they're still around after 2 years. But yes, definitely this will be like an ongoing project so that you can also get a good snapshot. A snapshot is basically an easier one pager for you to understand. Let's say if you have somebody new coming into TusStar, or you're talking to somebody who's not really aware of the startup ecosystem, the snapshot is pretty much will help you explain what's going on in the startup ecosystem. So key industry trends. I think this is something like I want to dive a bit deeper in because there's just so many now, and it's scattered everywhere. And plus, for you guys are focusing a lot on agriculture, smart city, and also what was the other one? Manufacturing.
Yeah.
So are you guys doing like these three topics, these three industries? Are they trending now? In your opinion? Because in my own opinion, I would say I'll just put one here. Right now, what's super trending is fleet management and logistics. Suddenly, there's like 10 different delivery services in Klang Valley right now. Mrs. PD, Asia, Lala Move, Grab, and everything else. So I think it's booming right now. What else? Aerodyne. Oh, Aerodyne drone, right?
Yeah, drone data and data analysis.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think the data analytics part also quite trending right now.
Data analytics. Yes.
Application in the e-commerce site.
Are you guys close with Aerodyne?
I don't think so.
Not super close. I met him last year, and the founder.
Okay.
I forgot the name. Yeah. But like we don't keep contact. But I remember some time ago we talked with Doug or with who, and we mentioned I'm Doug. They mentioned it again, and they said they're willing to introduce us to them. Introduce them to us. Yeah.
Pro tip?
They're quite amazing. I think they are top 2 in the world now.
Yeah. Pro tip, I would say Aerodyne. If you're doing a lot on like solutions on smart city, Aerodyne is a great company to be close with. do reach out to me, because I do know somebody who works in Aerodyne, and we'll see what we can do from there. But yes, I would definitely say Aerodyne is a company that you should be close with. When you say
That's great, because for Everyday, we have two things we want to collaboration with them. One is we have one company, it's called Shanghai Shengtu. They are doing something with drone as well, but different is they are doing the low, like the Everyday is a high level one, and the Shengtu is a low level. How do I say that? So they are the company want to land in Malaysia, and they also one of the quite big company in China as well. So I think maybe they can say what can the cooperation together for landing in Malaysia. And the second is because we are focused on the smart city, no matter our shareholder is developer or whatever. So I think for the smart city part, we also want to say what they can do for them, so we can give the package about all the smart city solutions.
Wow.
Amazing. I have to say something about Aerodyne, which is a sad thing to know. I'm not sure if you guys know what's the drone situation, drone industry situation here in Malaysia. Do you guys know what's happening?
Not really, but I remember last year Magic have one event is about drone display something. So I have a lot of drones they're trying to fly in there and to let the participant say like what's the drone and how it look like everything. And we have one eco member is from China. They are doing the drone as well. And previously they have discussed with Malaysian technology and agriculture minister and want to cooperation with them, but finally they don't get it. They don't get the case. But the collaboration with the Thailand army, the Royal Army.
That's cool.
I remember we held an event together with one of our ECO member. They are using the brainwave technology to control the drone. Yep.
Awesome. So this is something that I just found out from a friend of mine. Let me just scroll this through. So right now it's so funny that Aerodyne is now the second largest company. I don't know if you can see my screen. I have this fact right here. Aerodyne is now the second largest drone company in the world that cannot roll out many of their solutions in Malaysia due to their ambiguous and strict policies. This is such a missed opportunity. It's so frustrating. But I would say, I think this is where maybe TusStar can also find a way to gap this. This is a problem that Aerodyne is facing right now. Something to think about, something to boil, brew with your team member. The issue right now is they're experimenting with breakthroughs application of drone use in many countries, but not in Malaysia.
Why?
Because of the policies, restriction, aviation rule, a lot of that.
So basically, in Malaysia, there's this policy where drone users need to get a license in order to use the drone. So that's why it's a bit more difficult for Aerodyne to really,
It's like, if I'm not mistaken, you need a permit now to fly a drone or something like that. So this is where regulatory body, could make or break you. Important note to be close with regulatory bodies as well, because they
very
help
hard
you
to apply the license, the permit for flying the drone.
So they just implement this. They implemented it late last year. I think the fourth quarter of last year. So I'm not sure what has it been easier, but they definitely want to discourage people from using drone. That's the main point of that.
I think it's quite in a sense of normal though, because in China they also apply they also introduce similar rules to the country, like some sort, like even in the Beijing itself, they actually don't allow to fly the drones at all. Even you apply.
Yes, definitely. That's a lot to think about. There's a lot to talk about. But it will be a 1-year-long battle with policymakers and lawmakers. But it's good that you guys know what's happening right now, so that you know how to navigate around. And if you guys could come up with something, an innovative, disruptive idea that could address this, Aerodyne will definitely love you guys to death. All right, so I think this is, you guys know how this works. Regulatory bodies, top scale-ups that is in Malaysia, continue to fill this up, and I'm pretty sure it will look amazing once it's all filled up, and it will capture most of it. So let's go to, we don't have a lot of time, so I want to do one last activity, if we can. If I'm gonna bring you to this section over here, I'm gonna bring everybody to me. Hello everyone, everyone's here. I can see all your cursor moving around. Okay, anyway, this is another diagram where you can use the post-its from the quadrant on the left and put it here. So I'm just going to give an example, but I've used this for my social innovation work. So I don't know if you guys can, let me just log this first. Hold on. So it doesn't move around. Okay, looks good. So before we start, I'm just going to give you an example. What does it mean by reflection, action, and also smart city, intelligent manufacturing, and agriculture tech? So I've used this for, on this side, smart city, intelligent manufacturing. I replace it with social enterprise, social entrepreneurship. On the other industries, I replace it with startups because I do want to find out more of the social entrepreneurship scene in Sarawak. This was the activity that I did before. So action and reflection, what does it mean? So action is more to like people on the ground, hands-on, grassroots. An example would be, let's talk about homeless. So homeless in urban cities, urban areas, for example. So people who is in the category of action as the soup kitchen, the people who is on the ground, the people who meets the beneficiaries, the people who talks to the families that is homeless or individuals that is homeless. So these are people that is more on the ground. They do a lot of like the hands-on dirty work, and they're also the community builders. In the startup scene, this will be people like Open Coffee Club. I don't know if I explained to you guys about Open Coffee Club. Open Coffee Club is, before startup became super famous in Malaysia, Open Coffee Club was the very first startup meetup in Malaysia. They did it, a startup enthusiast did it in his photography studio, and founders met each other. They talk about, they call successful founders to share. So this has been going on for a really long time. So Open Coffee Club is an example of like action. They're on the ground. They're using Facebook or Instagram to do activities, to do events, and they meet other people, meet people in the community. On the reflection side is where you will see people, for example, they do a lot on policy, they do a lot on law, they're MOFA, they're ministries, they're agencies, but not so much like Magic could also be here, but they're actually they covered almost everywhere. An example of reflection is they do a lot on statistics. They produce blueprint. They produce of Malaysia's startup percentage is at 20-30%, stuff like that. They do a lot more on webinar, a lot more on awareness, but they're not so much on the ground. So that's the reflection and action. You guys get me so far?
Yeah.
So in this context, smart city, intelligent manufacturing, and agriculture tech. So these are companies or your stakeholders or people that you want to reach out to. They're a bit more inclined to this. They have an interest in this. How do you know they have interest in this? I'll give you an example. Cyberview. They definitely have an interest in smart city, and I'm pretty sure intelligent manufacturing as well, because they've always talk about smart city solutions. Magic, however, I would put it a bit more in the middle part because they accept whatever industry it is. So, okay so far? Is my explanation okay? Any questions? No. All right, cool. Let's move some post-its here. Everybody okay? Andrew, Shiny, Roy, Lee, Edison, Kuro,
Yes.
Kang, Kenneth,
Yes.
Alicia, Ellie. Not sure if Ravina's still with us. I love your hat, Xiao Kang.
Yes, yes. Ravina always here.
Always here, even though you're traveling, even though you're on a plane, you're still here.
It's okay. But just like because I just arrived home, so I'm going to get my pad to put
Cool,
some my
cool.
sticker on it.
Nice. Don't forget to breathe. Don't forget to breathe. Catch some air. And
Okay.
Ravina's so busy, it just reminds me of the time where me and Amira were also traveling a lot during our magic time. Man, I was already at the point where airports is like, oh my god, I'm every week I look at airports at 6 a.m. in the morning. What life?
Yeah, I think in 2018
It's been 1 year of traveling.
I went on 40 different airplanes in 2018.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, like we were on Clubhouse a lot, right? And so many people were saying, okay, 2 years ago, Magic was the best, and that was the best, and then now a lot of people on Clubhouse, you know. So I'm like, as a new person coming in, I'm like, what's going on?
Man, Amira stayed on a little bit longer after me, but we're not here to talk about magic, so that's for you guys to find out. But like I say, keep an open mind, keep an open heart. Whoever you talk to,
which is why the label is frenemies, right? Sometimes you don't need to like them in order to work with them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was so confused, but also, I don't know.
It's okay. It will definitely take time. I think this. I don't know, Alicia. Is it okay so far? Like, have you your knowledge on startup, has it increased maybe by 1% after so far now?
It has, yeah, it has, and like, I'm starting to think about the people that we haven't spoke to yet, and our position in terms of understanding our real target audience in our startups. I realized we don't have a good picture of who the good startups in Malaysia is. So we don't have like a goal that is clear. So definitely we'll reflect on that.
Awesome to hear that.
Yeah, so I guess another objective of this workshop today is basically to allow all of you to get used to using these kind of boards and mapping, so that when you do your actual planning, when you really deep dive into it, you can use this, the same format, the same kind of boards and maps here, so that you'll have a better understanding. So because today we're looking at it at a more general overview. So once you actually do your proper planning, that's when you can get down into the specifics even better.
Actually, I'm quite curious on what's happening in Magic, because in recent time we very close to MDAT, but kind of like you have some distancing away from Magic as well.
So I guess I can answer that one. With Magic and MDAT, at the beginning it was frenemies, and then eventually it sort of evolved into something a bit more different than that. So yeah.
Oh, I see.
I would also say a lot of things. It's not the organization itself, because companies like Magic, it's huge. It's a government agency. Board of directors. They have a board of directors. They have a chairman. There's a CEO. Every 2 years they change CEO. Like any other startup, right? So there's a whole different dynamic, because as being Magic itself, although they are building the ecosystem, somebody accidentally moved the post-it, remember the Control Z to undo things. Don't move things around. Control Z if you accidentally move things. So Magic, apart from dealing with startups, they also have to deal with a lot of the government side, the government agencies, and also their parent government company. So that's where Magic is trying to balance a bit of both. And I think that's where you will see mixed feelings and mixed results. But I do believe there are still a lot of things that is happening in Magic, and there's a lot of passionate people in Magic, and they're doing whatever they can to build the ecosystem better. But of course, I have to agree, 2-3 years ago was the best time because I was there. Anyway, how are we doing so far? Man, somebody accidentally moved the whole lot of post-it note. Who did that? Who did that? It's okay, technology.
I want to dragging the sticker come to.
Let me try to fix this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, how do I? Give me a minute. I'm gonna give you guys another 2 minutes to fill up the thing. I mean,
I think I can make it back.
Yeah, can you try to Control Z? I don't know if will that work.
Here.
Control Z.
If you're using a book, it's Command Z.
Yeah.
No, I use iPad, but here F1, I already click it and here cannot clear again. Cannot click again.
No worry. Amira, can you help me out with this? Actually, oh my God. I'm gonna try this. Let's see. If I accidentally move your post-it in the smart city and action diagram, put it back where it belongs on, because I'm moving this bunch of post-its here.
Okay.
Is this
Thank you.
Correct?
Yeah. Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this in case. All right, how are we doing so far with the, bless you. How are we doing so far with the post-its on that side of the board? Everything okay? Are we done? Are we done with that? Have everybody put their thing already? Oh man, oops. Pardon me. Excuse me, accidentally. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna try to wrap this up before 12 o'clock so we can have more time for our mini Clubhouse session. And I'm pretty sure you guys have tons of questions, and we will try our best to answer all of that in the Clubhouse session. Cool. Anyway, let's see. Look at this. Let's look at this. Right. Lisha, can you tell me what information can you get from this board right here, from the Smart City Intelligent Manufacturing Agriculture Tech?
Off the bat, I think a major issue that we're facing is that we don't have a clear idea ourselves in these industries. That's why the players that we are putting on the map is like very general players, not really people in the industry. That is something that we will definitely work on even after this, for sure. And that they are, I don't think this is a coherent sort of mapping yet, because the players are our current, especially the players who are in the action smart intelligent manufacturing ones. The ones that we have is our eco members, and there are not really any like new players yet, and the new players are actually like Genting, those are pretty big players.
Mm.
So we need to find those that we can actually approach.
Cool, awesome. Thanks for that. I think I would suggest you put your eco members as well in this map, so you can also see. It's best that you separate this map into three: smart city on its own, intelligent manufacturing on its own, agriculture tech on its own, so that you can have a better understanding. But because of time, I have to do this so that you get the idea. I lost my train of thought. What was it I was trying to say just now? Anyway, I would put magic somewhere not so close to smart city, agriculture tech. So over here, even by putting in your existing eco members, you can already see, or even startups that is out there that is addressing smart city, intelligent manufacturing, and agriculture tech. If you can get all this startups and you put it into this diagram right here, you get a picture where, are they more of smart city startups, or are they more of intelligent manufacturing startups that is there in Malaysia? Like, why so? If there is, like, for example, if you separate this diagram into agriculture tech, and after doing a few research, you probably see a lot of agriculture tech in this diagram, but they're probably not based in KL. I'm not sure. I'm not so familiar with agriculture startup, but I'm assuming a great place to do agriculture tech is Kedah, no? The rice bowl of Malaysia. But I tried Googling startups in Kedah, couldn't find any. But yeah, just a quick question to you guys. Do you guys know the other agriculture tech startups, intelligent manufacturing, but they're not based in Klang Valley? Do you guys understand as well what is beyond KL? In Sabah, in Sarawak, in Penang, in Kelantan, in Kedah, in Johor?
I think have a lot in Sarawak or Sabah, because they have a lot of the palm grain. Yeah, like it's super big. But I don't know. Maybe I'm saying something wrong, but I feel like a majority of the agriculture quite traditional, not really tech, not really agri-tech.
Well, now that you mention it, I would say that would be a kind of opportunity, you know, because
it's have opportunity.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of incubators or accelerators that focus a lot on agriculture tech.
Yeah, so, and I think this is big chance for Malaysian.
All right. Thanks for that. I wanna just also utilize the red board, the orange board next to the diagram over here. So if you can see over here, it's called opportunities and gaps. What Ravena just mentioned is the kind of opportunities that TusStar could probably be more focused on. So when I say this is where you have that USP, or like that uniqueness about you when you go meet with other partners, or for example, any other beneficiaries or aspiring startups. You could say TusStar is the best incubator in agriculture tech in Southeast Asia. Who knows? I don't know if there is such title yet, but why not? Why not try to aim for something like that rather than being the best incubator? It's too general, but like you guys can be like, oh, we are super specialized in this kind of startup, in this kind of agriculture tech startup. So when you already position yourself as like agriculture tech specialist, incubator specialist, people will Google, people will talk about you, people will read articles about you and stuff like that. So this is where, if the marketing team is here, so right, so this is where you need to also align the kind of content that you want to produce in your social media or in your article. If you just put general, you put out on an awareness article or something like that is super general, you definitely wouldn't get a lot of interest in there. But I think that's what people look for right now, especially startup. It's been so many years here in Malaysia already. It's gone. It's huge somewhat, and people, instead of just Googling startup, they would go into a specific industry. Startups in love apps, dating apps, for example, or delivery startups. Because right now, I think a lot of people are doing home cooked meal, bakery, and stuff like that, and they can't get on Grab. So people Google, people look, people talk to people. What are the best delivery services out there? And stuff like that. But to me, like I give you my own opinion, I would say Mrs. PD is doing pretty good right now because they have a pretty amazing app and they're one of the cheapest in the market. So how do I know this? Obviously, after doing a bit of research, after doing this and that. So if you're in the fleet management startup scene, you probably have an opinion as well about this. But because you guys are more focused on agriculture, manufacturing, and smart city, this is your window. This is your how would I say? This is your ability. You're the guy that you're the people that we will go to and ask about smart city or agriculture. So, but then how do you position yourself to be that? So, as an opportunity there, there's a gap there. Maybe a focus on agriculture because there's not a lot of it in Malaysia. Thanks for sharing that, Ravina. Anybody else?
I think the agri-tech in China is very advanced compared to Malaysia.
Very advanced. Mm-hmm.
They have very advanced tech in every sector. I mean, agri-tech is quite broad. You have farming, plantation, fishing, and so on. And sector, I think we actually can able to approach the China side and then try to have some maybe sharing of knowledge or even building up conference and so on to the Malaysia.
I just want to add on. So because Malaysia, we don't have a lot of agriculture tech key players.
Yes.
There are not enough mentors in Malaysia that can really advise agriculture tech on how they can really scale their company from the startup phase. So let's say, have you guys heard of the company called Polar Drone?
No.
So Polar Drone is, they do drone mapping, data mapping, and spraying for palm fields and, all these.
I met the programmer in the Clubhouse. I think Polar Drone is Polar Drone.
Sorry?
So I think I've met the programmer in the Clubhouse, the Polar Drone, right?
Yeah. So let's say like Polar Drone, because one issue that they have all the drones, but what they are missing is the expertise. They don't have the right mentors to actually guide them on how they can really tap into the agriculture scene. Because as we all know, the agriculture scene in Malaysia is very traditional based. So when you want to introduce tech into their normal processes and stuff, it's a bit more difficult. So which is why if TusStar has a lot of resources and mentors in China that could actually give this kind of guidance, it's definitely an opportunity that TusStar can tap on.
A few things came across to my mind. In China, right, there's few similar projects like the Polar Drone you mentioned just now, and they are quite mature already and even go into the industrialized stage. So I think we can have such a mentorship.
Yes, agree. If you could
maybe here I have a question for the agriculture part, because yes, we do have some quite good agriculture tech mentor in China. And I have two things. Like, firstly, if we want to invite them, we want to let them know what is the overview or what is the the main category in Malaysian is good. So they can say, do they have chance to match with it? Because the mentor, I think for them, they are not only want to sharing them knowledge, they also want trying to find the opportunity in Southeast Asia, especially in Malaysia. So we want to let them know what kind of things we have in Malaysia, what things we waiting for solve. So they can give sharing at the same time, maybe they can bring them solution to here. This is one thing. And another is the language problem, because we do have the mentor, but some of them, like maybe if they deliver the speaker in English,
sorry, we lost you, Ravina.
So actually, I think I can answer that part. So let's say language being a barrier, right? If you look at it as a barrier, then what can you do to find solutions for it? You could maybe have translators, Or you could even get these mentors to maybe if you do like a panel session kind of thing, but then you translate the information into English into like a document or something like that. And in that way, knowledge still can be shared. Yes, language and culture might be a barrier, but then there are so many ways that you can work around this. It could be through maybe even small little snippets of advice from the mentor that you end up sharing to the entrepreneur. Maybe you could even have a translator, or perhaps things like that.
Yeah, maybe the language is still something okay to to solve, because like even the Zoom, they have the translation same time, so the real time translation. But also maybe we want to know more about what's the overview of the culture industry, of the agriculture industry in Malaysia, like which area maybe they're more focused on it, and which area they are more willing to trying the agri-tech to transform the traditional agriculture. Yeah, because I'm kind of worried a lot of people they cannot say what the transformer have the good result. Maybe they will be thinking, oh, it's too expensive or whatever, then reject it.
Okay, so that is that. Can I jump in and address that question? It's a very long explanation how we can actually solve that, but I think I would wrap it up and I would like sum it up in a few words. If you go back to the XY quadrant that we just did just on smart city and other industries, action and reflection. All right, is everybody there? I'm just gonna bring everybody to me. Come here, everybody. All right, so you see over here on this side, there's Holo, Mac, Sime Darby, Hava, Sunway Island, John Parking. It looks like Sime Darby is winning it in terms of like closest to smart city, and they're doing a lot of action. And on this side, I am a bit skeptical why UNDP is there. Because they don't really do smart city. They don't really touch
tech or biotech.
Biotech, yeah, but more on biodiversity and and environment, right? Yeah. I think agriculture tech is something they probably would want to look into. You know what? Thanks for pointing that out. I would this should be somewhere, but I'm not really sure. Maybe somewhere here. So because of the recent pandemic, there's shortage of food and supply, especially for the vulnerable communities. Definitely, this is something UNDP wants to look into. How can they solve issues, urban issues such as that? Food security. If there's another pandemic, the pandemic goes on for longer and there's shortage of food supply, what would be the solution for this? So UNDP is actually right now, I'm giving you a pro tip already, is actually looking for things like urban farming, or how might they empower the communities, the poor urban communities, and how they can grow their own food, and how they basically on food security. So maybe agriculture tech could be around food in urban areas, food that can solve urban hunger, or something like that. So something to think about. I do hope you're utilizing the gaps and opportunities board, because I'm talking here and I'm not really writing it down, or maybe you guys are writing it down on your own notepad. But so these are the things that I was expecting to get from all of you. A bit of this, a bit of that. We bounce ideas throughout this whole exercise. I know some of you guys have been a bit quiet, but that's okay. I'm sorry that I haven't been paying attention to you also, but at least I hope you guys as a team kind of understand where you are as like as TusStar, being in the ecosystem. I would also want to point out that because you guys want to play a big role in the ecosystem, right? Looking at this diagram right here, on the reflection side, where people talk about policy, produce stats, national report, and blueprint, there's not a lot of people they talk about smart city, especially being more niche. So when Ravina mentioned about transformation of traditional to tech and stuff like that, and people are like a bit skeptical. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. There's so much money and everything. Main reason why they say that is because awareness. They don't know how agriculture tech can help solve their biggest issue, because they always feel like, oh, I don't want change. I like the way it is supposed to be, even though you convince them this is going to be easier. Change is the hardest thing to do, especially if you've already done that for the past 20, 30 years. And so I would say, because it's awareness. Nobody in Malaysia talks about agriculture tech. Nobody's highlighting a startup in Sabah that is using agriculture tech that produces 1,000 tons of rice in a day, for example, because of agriculture tech. So because of that, the people, the beneficiaries, and the people who is in the agriculture industry, they don't know this. Nobody tells them that there's such thing as the agriculture tech that will help them in their work. So there's a gap here. If you can see my big red post-it notes, can you all see it? So there's a gap here where people don't really talk about it. And when you have a gap here, people don't really talk about it. When you want to do more of the action side, when you want to do like an accelerator over here, you might not get a lot of interest because people don't know, people don't see why they need to go to your accelerator that addresses agriculture, because they don't know, nobody's talking about it. So what I'm saying here, maybe there is a gap in terms of communication. And if you guys want to champion agriculture, I probably can give a bit of suggestions where you do a lot of postings, a lot of topics around that. So people know you guys. Oh yeah, TusStar. They talk about like agriculture tech. They know their stuff. Oh yeah, they did like another Clubhouse session on intelligent manufacturing. They gave examples of like of startups in China, and they even have like a founder from China. Amazing stuff. Clubhouse is hot now, right? Everybody's talking about Clubhouse. So imagine if you use that to leverage your branding, to leverage who are you? Who is TusStar in Malaysia? So am I making sense? Everybody okay? Am I going too out of the way?
One question on top of this regarding the raising the awareness, right? I think it's a very tough and very tough progress, because when it comes to reshaping the mindset, the progress is very tough.
Andrew, I agree. Definitely, I think I have to say this because me and Mira, one of our proud things that we did back then, because when we started our project called Sehati, and also after that rebranded into Spark, we championed innovation, we championed social entrepreneurship. In 2017, 2016, there were only 130 social enterprises in Malaysia. So Magic released a blueprint. Magic had like a department or social entrepreneurship department, divided into three teams. One is the venture that deals a lot with the private sector. Deals a lot with like how do the government tax social entrepreneurship because they're doing good work. And then there's the academy department where they do incubators, they do accelerators, they do workshop. And we also have another department where me and Amira were in. We were in the awareness community outreach department where we do a lot of awareness program. And we travel across Malaysia for 2-3 years. We have founders, social entrepreneurship, social enterprise, social entrepreneur founders that went into our program. We bring them, inspire the youth, inspire the crowd in Miri, Sarawak, inspire the crowd in Kuching, in Sabah. And British Council did a research last year. They produced a report. There's about 10,000 social enterprises here in Malaysia right now.
Wow.
So I not sure if that's because of us, but
yes,
somewhat I think maybe. So definitely it's a long battle. It's definitely a long battle, but I think it should go hand in hand with your programs and your awareness, so people know what you're trying to do, so people know what you're trying to sell. I have to stop right here because we are running a bit out of time. Amira, I'm going to give you a very impossible task. Below the diagram, there's the high impact, low impact, maximum, minimal effort. This is actually Amira's template. Amira, if you could do like a 2 minutes explanation how to use this. So they can,
Okay,
yes.
so I'm gonna teach you guys how you can use this map so that when you guys do your planning, then you know exactly what to do. So this kind of planning, it has to be split into, let's say when you seek out partners, right? There are two types. One is monetary, meaning sponsorship, and another one is non-monetary. So it could mean like, let's say if you partner with Magic, you want to tap into their resources or their entrepreneurs. So I'm gonna give an example of Magic. So when we're talking about effort, it means TusStar's effort. So when you're looking at high impact could be high impact in terms of how they impact the entrepreneurs. So Magic would be here. In terms of effort, so because Magic could have, if we're talking about entrepreneurial effort and impact, then how can TusStar sort of tap into them, right? Because Magic has a lot of resources, they have a lot of entrepreneurs, they have network and mentors. So perhaps for Magic, it could be high impact and maybe a more minimal effort, because Magic is the kind where, they want to make sure that the content is right for the entrepreneurs. And then let's say for MDEC, because MDEC will hardly give any monetary support. But for them, in terms of branding, they have high impact branding. But in terms of the effort, TusStar is the one that's most likely the one to create the content, to really do more of the effort part. So it would be a more maximum effort for TusStar's side. So if you're looking at the effort line, this is what TusStar has to do. And in the impact line, that is how much impact the partner can give to TusStar.
I see.
Okay. So do you guys have any questions, or are you guys a bit confused? I can help iron it out.
So you need to split it out into two tables. One is for monetary and one is for non-monetary, or you just mix it up?
Yeah, so when you do it yourself, then you will have to have a priority. So let's give an example. Maybe this one is, let me up my, whoops, too big, sorry. So here, non-monetary, focusing on entrepreneur impact.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. So we have to maybe need to define effort and impact. So
yes. So this one would be would have a better effect if you guys have done a bit more research on the partner itself, what they can offer, whether they can offer monetary or non-monetary, how they run their programs, how they partner with people. So if you want to look at a different kind of outlook, so let's say if you're focusing on non-monetary but branding, so in terms of impact, then it will be very minimal, because for branding, then Magic will give you the right branding. And then for MDEC, if you're talking about branding, then MDEC would sit here, because they can really boost the branding for TusStar. Let's say if you collaborate with them on an event or a program, then they will put TusStar's logo in their visuals, maybe on their website, and that would give a lot of increased awareness on TusStar itself. So this is something that you guys will have to sort of define on your own once you really start deep diving into what TusStar really wants to focus on in the future.
Okay, understood.
All right. I would also give some tip as well on this. This is definitely not like a one size fit all. Depending on like Amira said, like what is your objective? Have different map on this. This will also help you in crafting your communication plan. So by recognizing the kind of partners, and like they know they'll be just doing this kind of work and you'll be doing this kind of work, it will definitely be something that will get the conversation easier. When you meet potential partners or like new partners, instead of having a 1 hour meeting, you could have like a 30 to 40 minutes meeting, but you're already asking the right questions, you're already offering things that they want. And you're already at the end of it, you're asking what you want from them. And usually money is definitely like the hardest thing to do, but like if other than that, usually it's not a problem. So find that sweet spot, and it takes a lot of research, it takes a lot of like talking to people, but this is a good start to have a good idea on it. And hope this by having this map, it can help you design your communication plan better, rather than sending in a general pitch deck that is 30 slides. You probably can send like a 10 slides, but then it's all important information in there. Just an example, just some thoughts up there.
Arif, may I know how to draft the communication plan? Do you have a template for doing this? Because we do have one, but I cannot call it communication plan. It's more like a database for the person who need to contact with.
So I think I can answer that one actually. So when you're crafting out your communication plan, let's say you're crafting out your pitch deck, you have to answer the questions: who are you targeting? Who TusStar is, who the partner is, and then who, what, when, where, why. So who, what is TusStar offering? Where? Are you doing it virtual? Are you doing it in Malaysia? Are you doing it in China? Where? Why? So why are you focusing on agriculture? Why are you focusing on smart city? And how? So how are you going to run the program? Is it going to be an incubator? Is it going to be through mentoring? Is it going to be through resources? So these are the things that you can look at. But by answering the questions who, what, when, where, why, how, then it will be easier for you to craft out your pitch deck, your communication plan.
So I would also just say what Amira just mentioned. Instead of giving a deck, if you could design a brochure, like a one-pager brochure, it's like or people can just read it in one page. Like, oh, actually, this is something. What do we want to do? I'm interested in TusStar now. You know, this will help you eliminate going into meetings and nothing. It doesn't go anywhere because you want to gauge their interest, right? So something to think about. And I definitely that is another workshop if you're interested to do more. Although I am not an expert in communication, but I do know a few people who it's pretty good and been doing this for 10 years or more. I have to stop the session right here. I would want to bring you guys to the last part over here. The last frame is the reflection zone. We'll be doing just very, very quickly. Everybody enter the reflection zone. Is everybody here? I'm gonna check my mouse. All right, everybody's here. What's up?
Yes.
What's up? Cool. Before we end the session workshop, before we jump into the Clubhouse session, any reflection, your key takeaway. Let's go around your key takeaway from the workshop today. Before we go into the final session, the Clubhouse session, I'm gonna start with Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, I think this is meaningful for me because I'm a new member in TusStar. So in this event, I think I learned more about what TusStar partnership company they have and more details on the partnership. Like we need to be more clear on mapping on our collaboration partner in well-organized of category, so that our target will be more clear in our future cooperation plan with others as well.
Awesome, thank you. That is really nicely put. Because of time, I think I would shorten it into just one sentence. Can you guys give a reflection, but just one sentence? But you've done yours, Lee. Thank you so much. Edison, in one sentence.
I would say that the lack of clarity and also the categorization in our own ecosystem, that is what we really lack of current situation.
Cool, thank you, Edison. Shiny?
Okay, just to summarize, I think what we should have is a specialization, like what makes TusStar unique. I think people should know that about us.
Awesome. Thank you, Shiny. Alicia.
Yeah.
Alicia from space. Look at that, unicorn from space. Space unicorn.
Pretty similar to Shiny. I think we have definitely a lot of work to be done in terms of mapping the whole ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you, Alicia. Andrew?
Here are some of my action points of this. One is definitely to talk to the government side, especially the Ministry of the Agriculture. Right. Another thing is we have to improve our relationship with the China side as with the resources and the connections as well, and figure out a way how to transfer those things into the Malaysia, being localized.
Awesome. Roy?
After this program, basically, I have a clearer picture that we need to be more focused and drill deeper into what we are doing right now, because it seems currently we are trying to do a lot of things everywhere, but we still need to be focused. Yeah, it takes time. We cannot rush everything in one go.
Thank you, Roy. Wise word from somebody who was quiet the whole time. Thanks, Roy. Ili?
My biggest takeaway is I think we still have rooms for improvement, and I also get to know that we actually can focus on agriculture technology, so we can publish more on publish more content regarding to this agriculture tech. Yeah, that's
Awesome.
my biggest takeaway.
Nice. I would be interested to see more of that issue because I have very little knowledge on the agriculture tech that's happening in Malaysia. But awesome. Kuro?
Hi. Yeah, I think we really trying to do everything everywhere, and we lack a lot of knowledge about the whole ecosystem. So I think as a marketer, I would want to focus on the content that we're giving out. Maybe like just now Eddie said, the agriculture, smart city, and intelligent manufacturing. Yeah. And
Awesome.
to raise the awareness, yeah, like what you said just now. It's very important to educate. Yeah.
Definitely. Cool. Thank you, Kuro. Kenneth?
Yeah, I'm here. So everyone is talking about how to be special and how to make TusStar special. But before that, I think that we should really to get to know to have a very deep understanding of what TusStar is in right now in terms of the environment. So we have to really have a very clear understanding in Malaysian market. So we do know what we are doing in Malaysia, because to be outstanding in globally, first we have to be outstanding in the local market. So so maybe the next thing I would do is to try to understand what Malaysia needs and the trend in Malaysia. This is the main thing we should focus on.
Awesome. Thank you, Kenneth. Sergam?
Hello. I think the most important thing is to organize the resources we have.
Nicely put. Cool. Last one, Ravana.
For my opinion, I'm feeling after that, I feeling we need really bring the China resource to come to Malaysia. Like if we just use the local resource, what we have now, actually we're not really super big and super wellness. But if we can like use the China resource and like empower Malaysian one, I think can make a lot of amazing things. For example, like what we mentioned just now, you mentioned about the wellness about agri-tech. Like if we can use the resource we have in China and talk to the agriculture minister, and from his side to give the opinion to the people who is in this industry, say, okay, you say TusStar have this, that, and they are in advancing agriculture, agri-tech, then it will be much more helpful. Like we want to go into some place to no matter give sharing or speech, it's by invited. Like people already know us and okay, I want you because this, because that reason, not because we just go there and talk to them and maybe they're not really in need for that. We want to like build the requirement first, then we just match. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Amira, you want to also give some thoughts as well?
Yeah, so I guess my reflection is that, there are so many ways that, you can find partners in the ecosystem and use so many different templates and bots. It all just depends on how you customize it and what your focus is.
Nicely put. Thank you so much, everyone. I will give you guys about 1.5 minutes to go pee, to refill your water before we jump into the Clubhouse session. Ken?
Yeah.
And you can get a chance to read the speaker's profile also. You can go back to the previous part and read his profile, so I don't have to read it out loud. Okay, cool. I also need to go to the toilet, so I see you guys in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Wait, perhaps we could have a photo section first.
We can have a photo session also after this, but yeah, let's do one also. You know what? We might forget or all that, but yeah. Let's do. Let me just stop my screen sharing first. Okay. Who's taking the picture?
Anyone?
Andrew.
Oh, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, everyone.
And again.
Can someone tell me to take a photo? I'm not so sure how to do it.
Okay, I'll do it.
Someone let me in the Zoom because my phone going to die. I want to use my iPad to join.
Arif is running.
Sorry, what? I'm running away from the train. Sorry, the train was. You were saying, Ravina?
I said, can someone let me in the Zoom meeting because I want to use my iPad to log in. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Maybe we can take another one with the guest speaker.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I need to go to the toilet. See you guys in 1 minute, all right?
So, are we done? So after this, we are going to move to Clubhouse, right?
Yeah. What about for those who don't have Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Like me.
Just wait for.
Who was the speaker again? I cannot remember.
Ehon Chan.
Ehon? Okay.
Chan. Wow, he's a 30 under 30.
Wow.
Prestige Magazine's 30 under 13. Not the Forbes one, I think.
Oh. Today we're going to speak to 230 under 30s.
What? 2?
Why 2?
Kairos Capital.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Another meeting. One is about 3 o'clock, right? It's on 3 o'clock, right?
Yeah. Oh, he was the executive director of Magic?
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready?
Yeah. So
I will invite the speaker in. Where is it? Okay.
I thought we're supposed to move to Clubhouse or stay here for.
We're saying here. This is a Clubhouse format, but we'll just. This is a private Clubhouse session. Invites only. Members only. Right. Okay, we have over here Mr. Ehon Chan. I don't want to explain so much because I put your profile already. So let's jump into the question. I'll get the ball rolling. I'm pretty sure they've already read your profile and they know what you're up to. Quick general question before we go into deeper. In your opinion, Ehon, how's the growth of the startup ecosystem here in Malaysia so far?
That's far from being a general question and an easy question to start, but good afternoon, everyone. I know that I'm in between lunch, so I'll try to make it quick and I'll give you guys as much as I can. Sorry, the question was in general the startup ecosystem here in Malaysia right now.
Yeah,
right?
the growth. Yeah, since you came back to Malaysia.
Yep. So I think that Arif sent me this question this morning. I think it's really difficult to answer in the sense that we have to compare it to something, right? We have to compare it to another country or another city for us to be able to answer that question. But if I take a general sense, I think that in Malaysia, we still have, in Southeast Asia, Malaysia still is generally seen as a very good place to start a business. I think for most entrepreneurs, what they find difficult is growing your startup in Malaysia is challenging for various reasons. We don't have a very big market. We don't have a very big investment or financial support for startups, and there are many other challenges as well. But in general, we're okay. We're doing okay compared to other Southeast Asian countries. We're very good at helping startup to start, but we're not very good at helping startup to grow. So that is my 2 cents.
Thank you so much, Ehon. I'm gonna open the floor for questions. So
I just realized that you're wearing a samfu.
It's a Chinese New Year theme today. I asked everybody to wear red. I'm sorry I didn't give you the memo, but
yeah. I missed it. But everyone.
You don't even have one. You don't even have a sample. So why should I ask you? All right. So I'm gonna open the questions to floor. So anybody who wants to ask questions, just unmute yourself and ask away.
I think you guys can also refer to the questions that you had put on the Q&A board on the Miro website, and you know, those that Arif and I did not have a chance to answer. This is actually the chance for you to ask Ehon.
We're giving Ehon to answer because we don't want to answer it.
Yes.
Hi, Mira.
Anybody, or should I ask the question instead?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sorry. I think, yeah, okay. My laptop is a bit laggy. So I apologize for that. Hi, Ehon. Nice to meet you. So we're a Chinese incubator in Malaysia. So from your opinion, what do you think the Malaysia startup ecosystem need from the China resources the most to make this a better place for everyone?
Yep. So to answer that question specifically, hi Alicia. First of all, I think that we have to see what are the things that China can offer that Malaysia cannot offer, or even what is the thing that China can offer that majority of other countries cannot offer. For most Malaysians, when they think about startup, they still see, Silicon Valley as the reference. So I think that there are a couple of things that needs to be done. One is that there has to be a conversation around China as a startup capital as well, given the success of Alibaba, Ant Group, Financial, Huawei, and all the various other companies that has grown very, very rapidly in China. That's one. So how do we make that known? How do we position that? How do we make that a brand of its own? Secondly, I think if for majority of Malaysians, I haven't done my research into it, but I would guess that people, when they think of China, they would think about several things. One, a huge market. Two, if you want to do any kind of hardware or products, China is, or manufacturing, China is where you should either be looking at, to be talking to be working with, to be copying from, to be learning from as well, and stuff like that. The third thing to me, I think, is it comes down to innovation as well. China is compared to say Silicon Valley or even another startup capital, Israel, these countries are developed countries. This country has, these guys have resources that is, that you cannot compare to Southeast Asian nation. Whereas for China, there is some things that we can relate to. For example, China is a very poor country just 10, 20 years ago. And within this 10, 20 years, China has grown significantly in terms of not just economically, but in the way that it has created a very conducive environment, a very conducive environment for business. So I think those are a few things that a lot of Malaysians can definitely and should learn from China, and I think that's where a lot of Malaysians would want help from China as well. I think the challenge though is for TusStar, is how do you, number one, build that credibility amongst partner agency, ministries, and your other stakeholders. From a lot of people, they still don't know who TusStar is. They don't know what you guys do. They don't know your credibility. Are you just a small little player? Are you a big fish that we should be keeping an eye out on and work with? That's one. Secondly, as well, for entrepreneurs, they need to know who you are. For most entrepreneurs, like right now, no one talks about TusStar. I don't hear any entrepreneur, any startups at all talking about TusStar. And surprisingly, when I Googled, you guys have actually ran an incubator program with 30 startups, which I'm surprised none of these startups ever mentioned about TusStar as well. So I think that the other thing is that how we need to build, TusStar needs to build credibility amongst the startup entrepreneurs as well, and also the startup scene as well. So how do you get more of these startups to talk about TusStar and build that credibility for TusStar? And the third thing, I think that once you have that credibility, once people start to trust TusStar, once people start to see TusStar as a recognized organization or agency that they should talk to and go to, they think the third part is then educating them on what is the value that TusStar can bring for Malaysian entrepreneurs, especially being that bridge between China and Malaysia.
Yeah,
Awesome.
That's very Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks for asking the second question, Alicia. Next question. Amira, you don't ask any question yet, huh? It's not for you.
Hi.
Hi.
Ravenna.
Hi, Ravenna.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. The question I want to ask is like, do you think the reason they don't know about TusStar is also maybe language problem? Like, because for the past 2 years, we are quite focused on the Chinese market. The reason of that is because majority of our mentor, they are good at speak Chinese. Like when they deliver in Chinese, they give better sharing. At the same time, also maybe because we're a China company. So like for the past 2 years, we are quite focused at that. But we do want to focus more on local market for next few years. And yeah, we already settled like the 2021 goal is agri-tech and intelligent manufacturing and the smart city. But for your opinion, you think what kind of industry for Malaysian is have higher chance for the startup or incubator to entry? And also what kind of industry you think is much more value to incubate it in? Because for our eco member, as we are saying, like many of them is internet company, like they're doing the platform, they're doing the delivery, or they're doing the like a giver, they're doing the gives the free tissue or this kind of things. That's the reason we're collaboration with AWS provided the free cloud. But we want to find the real point, which is Malaysian need, and also TusStar have to match with it. And I think this is a way we can break out and we can make us more wellness in one industry first.
Absolutely. Ravenna, just to recap, if I understand you correctly, there are two questions. The first one is on language, and the second one is the kind of startups that TusStar should be to be targeting at. Am I right?
Yes, right, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of no worries. In terms of language, absolutely. I think one thing that we also realized at Magic, when we in the early stage when we just launched our accelerator, language definitely played a very, very key role in number one, helping us get quality application. I'm not talking about application because application is easy, but getting quality application was a huge challenge. Number two, we also realized that a lot of startup entrepreneurs, because of the staff member within their startup or even they themselves, majority of them are either educated overseas or has grown up in a very English speaking background. So it definitely language plays a big role. I think it's also something that we realize as well, is that a lot of, and there is a research that in the startup genome, I think it was published in 2017 or 2018, that interviewed or surveyed, I don't remember how many thousand startup entrepreneurs. And one thing that they found is that majority of startups that's successful in Malaysia or was able to survive the first few years of their startup, they are actually people who graduated overseas. And so these guys, only mostly speak English. For example, me, I'm a banana. 我可以讲中文，但是我中文很差。And I cannot read or write. So if you post anything in Chinese, I won't understand a single word of it. That's one thing. The second, which means that if you want to target entrepreneurs, you need English, given that majority of them are people who graduate overseas. Number two, I think that a lot of people also have a fear as well when they see there's all this Chinese wording. There is a fear of like, oh, if it is old Chinese when I join, how am I going to cope with the language, and how am I going to cope with all that kind of stuff as well? So you're limiting your application and your market itself to a very, very, very small market in itself. And especially when you're talking about Klang Valley, it becomes even smaller. In my opinion, if this is in Sarawak, where there is still a very large population of Chinese, then it could potentially work. But in Klang Valley kind of context, I think it's tough. On the types of startups, I think that's a bit more difficult for me to answer because I haven't really gone into I haven't really looked at the current landscape for a while. But and also things have changed dramatically over the last 2 years because of the pandemic. I think that a couple of things that I can observe in my personal experience and opinion definitely is that there is definitely a rise in digital services kind of businesses and startup. So we're talking about e-wallets, we're talking about marketplaces, we're talking about online sales, subscription-based payment gateways, and anything to do with digital services. Kind of startup, and that's one. We're also seeing a huge growth of logistics company. I think I think just 1.5 years ago, I can count with the number of fingers in one hand the number of logistics company in Malaysia. But today, I think we can count with 10 fingers the amount of logistics startups in Malaysia, even delivery startups as well. Recently, I've been working with consulting to a F&B company. So we're looking at those runners, the companies that provide runners like Mr. Speedy and Lala Move, Go Get, those kind of guys. And we realized that there's now like 10 or 12 of them. And when I checked with the ministry, apparently the ministry has issued, I think, 90 something licenses for just this delivery kind of services alone. So those are just a few examples and my opinion on the types of startups that's coming up. But I think everyone's moving towards the digital services kind of route and down that path as well.
Thanks, Ehon. And my question from me. Do you mind share your experience in Magic and how do you provide services to your startups, and even how do you make sure they are in the growth stage? Yeah.
Can you explain on what do you mean by how do we make sure it's in the growth stage?
I mean, despite those mentoring and tutor or even some courses for them to ensure that they are still on the right phase, right? And what else do you do to actually making sure them doing the things right?
Yep. So I think first of all, I have to say that I was looking a majority of the time at the social enterprises. For the startups one, I didn't get involved in the accelerator part. For startups, my experience is mostly limited, being the executive director of the ASEAN Center of Entrepreneurship. So looking at entrepreneurship and startups across the entire Southeast Asia. So I might not be able to get into very specific, but I'll try. So in terms of first question, the services that we provide to startup, first of all, we always put ourselves in the startup entrepreneur shoes, and we try to, and most of us who are in Magic at the directors level, we were either former entrepreneurs. I've started 2 companies that I've sold and exited in Australia. And the other co-founders also were either former entrepreneurs, or investors, or even people who have been involved in startups in one way or another. So we kind of understand the kind of things that startups need. Take, for example, if they are very, very early stage startup, we know that the main thing that they worry about is their own survival, right? Because you're working on a startup that hasn't had any income, no money, you're thinking about all this, how should I even pay myself to eat, let alone my startup. So for very early stage startup, one thing that we realized is we want to take all that stress away from them. So what we did was we gave them a hotel for 4 months so they don't have to worry about paying rent. In that 4 months, we even also give them a very small allowance. So that small allowance is enough for them to, pay for their bills and certain small things that they need. It's not enough for them to make money out of it or have savings, but it's enough for them to just cover their cost of living. We provide lunch every day, almost every day at our incubation center, at our accelerator space. So you come, you have food, you don't have to worry about being hungry. With the condition that obviously in that 4 months, you must commit everything you have to just your startup and growing. And well, not just growing because they are very early stage, as I mentioned, just to get your startup started, But in that 4 months, we put in structure to ensure that they definitely grow. This goes on to your second question. So okay, before that, for first question still, for the ones who are later stage, right? So they have been around for 1 or 2 years. They're still at relatively new startup stage. Now we're looking at growth, right? Those we actually open up to Southeast Asian countries. In fact, we open it up to the world, but majority of our selection is on ASEAN countries only. So that one, they know is very competitive. At Magic is, to get into our accelerator program, only 3% of all applicants are successful. We only choose 50 startups, and every year we get hundreds and hundreds, up to almost 1,000 applications. So it's very, very competitive. So people who join, they know that it's a very extremely difficult program to get into. That's one. Number two as well, that during so that's why when they come, they know that they will put in everything they need to. This is an opportunity of a lifetime for them to really grow as much as they can. Thirdly, then to answer your second question, so that one is all the services we provide in terms of the accommodation, a small subsistence. We provide them with, we will look after them in terms of food. Then during the whole program, there are classes. So we run workshops, classes that teach them on the hard skills stuff, anything from management to digital marketing to business model to pricing strategy, and so on and so forth. And we always find the best experts to come and teach them. So to look at pricing and marketing, look at pricing, oftentimes we invite the CEO of Lazada. If it's down to say logistics, we get the head of DHL. If we look at business model, then we'll get certain people who are really good at business model and stuff like that. Talking about investment, we probably get Khazanah or some of the other investment companies to come in. So we make sure that all these people who run the workshops or even the classes are really, really very reputable, respectable people. And that also helps the entrepreneurs to get credibility as well, as they get mentorship from these guys, but also allowing the people who teach a glimpse into the kind of innovation that's happening in their sphere as well. Because a lot of these guys are also interested to know what are the new innovation happening in their sphere. There's also mentorship, obviously. So for every startup, we make sure that there's at least 3 to 5 other mentors for them to choose from. So I think we have about 100 something mentors that they can contact at any time, and we make sure that the contact is there as well, that they can ask feedback or even ask advice anytime they want. And then we have other services, like we have a partnership with AWS to give them free cloud services. We have partnership with Google to give them Google services for free, and so on and so forth. There's also account managers, so we have make sure that there are full-time staff member whose job is to check in with them every week. So before the program even start, the account manager already sit down with them to say, what are the goals that you want to achieve between now and the end of the program. And then we'll make sure that we set goals in between as well. And then we'll check on them every week to make sure that they are meeting the goals. But the goals usually, even if they said that, oh, by the end of 4 months, we hope that we'll get 1,000 customers. Our account managers wouldn't just say, okay, 1,000, okay. We'll ask them, why 1,000? Okay, you have to explain to me why you came up with a number of 1,000, not just, pluck from thin air and, oh yeah, 1,000 sounds good, like a round number, or 8, fat, so let's go with what, and we don't, that's the number I want to go with. So we always ask them to justify why. And we believe that they're not pushing themselves hard enough, the account manager will say, why not 1,002? Why not 1,005? And push them harder and harder and harder. Then every week when we check in with them, if they're falling behind with the goal, we'll ask them why. What are the challenges you're facing? Why are you not meeting your goal? If it's certain things that we can help with, take for example, we realized that as we launch out, we cannot sell because there's this policy problem. So we'll then talk to the ministry and say, hey, ministry, there's this policy. Do you think that we can get some what's the word? Pengecualian. We can get some exception to try out this new startup. Most of the time we're able to or if there's a challenge somewhere like a banking stuff, we'll talk to the banks to help out with payment gateway or processing, those kind of stuff. So we make sure that every startup we have an individualized help through the account manager. On the second question, which is on how do we make sure that they are in growth stage, I think I answered you already, which is mostly through the account manager. The other thing that I think I wouldn't also discount that actually play a very, very important role in them taking this program very seriously and putting everything they can is the fact that we have about 5,000. When I left Magic 3 years ago, we have about 5,000 investment companies, VCs, investors from all across Southeast Asia in our database. So then at the end of the 4 months, we invite all these guys to come to our demo day. Obviously, not everyone's going to come and not everyone's going to make time for you. But every year we have a minimum. I think the least amount of investors we had in the room is at 150 investors or investment companies. That's not just the individual, that's the company. So individual can go up to 300, 400 people during demo day. But the highest, I think we got up to like 200-300 investors in the room, which obviously everyone knows that this is one of the opportunity for them to really get themselves out there to the investor. And for most of them, this is also the first time they've ever pitched in a demo day or in front of investors. And the moment, they pitch in front of investors, as investor share notes, investor talk, and that's how they also start gaining the traction from there as well.
Thank you, Ehon. I do have a question. Can I ask?
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
Yeah. I'll ask very slowly because I have to rephrase it. As you know, we came in to Malaysia as a foreign incubator. So we do believe that we have a lot of foreign resources, mainly from China. So the problem is the thing we are doing now. We found out that we have to emphasize in localizing TusStar. So in Malaysia, most of the startups we are serving need resources from Malaysia because they are just startups. So they are established in Malaysia. They have to connect with a lot of Malaysia resources. But what we are doing now is actually we hold these beliefs so strong that we are a foreign incubator. We are trying so hard to find startups that needs China resources, which they don't need. So how do I ask it? Do we do localizing and globalizing simultaneously, or should we focus just in localizing ourselves and connect the startups with local resources as much as possible and give up the foreign side first? Because for local incubator, they do not have such concern because they do not have foreign connections. So they were just focusing in incubating their own local startups, but we do not. So I think that we have tilted from our direction because sometimes we stress on giving global resources, so that sometimes the company we serve is actually not the startups because they have went to a stage that they really need global resources, so they are not startups anymore.
Yeah.
So this is the main concern
Okay, thanks, Kenneth. Let me just recap your question to see if I get it right. So what you're trying to ask is that, TusStar being a China incubator, you guys have always thought that the main unique value proposition of TusStar is that you have that global resources, global connection. But you realize now that a lot of startups in Malaysia, actually, they're still so early stage, they require local resources, local kind of connections in order for them to even grow first before they think about global resources. Am I right? So which one is the right one? How do you find that balance? If I understand your question correctly.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. I think first of all, you have to be very clear. In my opinion, TusStar doesn't have a global resources. In my opinion, TusStar has a huge amount of China resources. I wouldn't say it's global resources, because when you say global, a lot of people will start thinking about US and UK and those Western countries. Because we can't deny that the whole startup word, the word startup itself and the whole startup culture, startup ecosystem, all these things actually started and pioneered by the Western countries. It's only in the last 10, 20 years that it has, come over to Asia. And because for several reasons, one, economic growth has now moved to the East. Secondly, is that a lot of Malaysians and Chinese and a lot of Southeast Asians went to study in a Western country and bring back those culture and those narrative back to the country. And that's why they started these startups here in Malaysia. To answer your question around the balance, I think that majority of people know that as a startup, they need global resources, they need global connection, they need the global presence as well. And even just the opportunity to be able to connect globally is a huge value for a lot of startups. However, as you mentioned, a lot of startups, are still very early stage, local, and their immediate needs is what they're focusing on. So how then TusStar can go around that is, I think, first of all, I think that you still should promote yourself as a Chinese incubator with Chinese resources, because that is still a very important and unique value proposition of it, on its own. I'm sure that a lot of companies, whether you like it or not now, you need China one way or another. Even if it's not a tangible things you need from China, you still can learn a lot from China or Chinese companies, Chinese resources. I think the main thing for you is figuring out what is the resources from China that is useful to the Malaysian context. In my opinion, a lot of it is not useful in the sense of a lot of services from China cannot be used in Malaysia. So I think what would be useful are things like sharing, for example. Can you get some of the lecturers, mentors, Jack Ma, or those very successful entrepreneurs, successful startup founders in China to run classes, to run workshops, to mentor a lot of the local startups? I know that earlier Ravenna mentioned that language is a problem, but I guess there are still a lot of other entrepreneurs there who actually do speak English. Alibaba, Jack Ma speaks great English, and it's understandable as well for people in Malaysia. So I think that finding out that how can you package your resources from China that is useful to the local Malaysian entrepreneur context would really, really help. That's one. Secondly is, should you then also look at localization? Should you do more on localization? In my opinion, absolutely. I think that's a given, because if you want to be in Malaysia, you need to play the Malaysian game, which means, first of all, we need to use English lah, because majority of Malaysians use English to communicate these days. Yes, Malay is the majority people's language, but our target market is really the Klang Valley people. There's not many startups outside of Klang Valley. Let's be real and honest lah. So a majority of Klang Valley people speak English. Even Arif himself, I think his Malay is like in Chinese we say "po tang cui." So so we still most of us still use English lah. So that's one thing. And you still need to position yourself as a key ecosystem player in Malaysia. When I say ecosystem player, I highlight the word key ecosystem player, because you do not want to be downgraded to just a small little player that is neither here nor there. You want to position yourself as one of the incubator in Malaysia, or one of the key ecosystem player in the startup ecosystem in Malaysia, comparable to the guys of 1337 Ventures. Maybe you can't really compare yourself to Magic because that's a government machinery. You can't compare yourself to MDEC because their annual budget is hundreds and hundreds of millions ringgit per year, which I assume that you guys don't get hundreds of millions of ringgit budget per year to spend on. So you can compare yourself to them, but you can definitely compare yourself to the 1337. You can compare yourself to the RISE incubator and the various other accelerators out there. And I think that's how you then start localizing in terms of building that connection, building that credibility, and finding out what are the key needs of these startups from the local resources perspective and connect them to those guys. Even as simple as just a community alone, every startup will need a payment gateway. Every startup will need a systems and processes backend. Everyone startups needs a CRM and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's my opinion.
And I wonder, in order to be the ecosystem player, how big a team is needed in our in the company, and as well as how many startups that one account manager that need to deal with.
That's a really tough one because it really comes down to what kind of ecosystem player do you want to be, right? Because ecosystem is so broad. Do you want to be the funding side of things? Do you want to be the inspiration side of things? Do you want to be the incubation side of things? Do you want to be on the policy side of things? Do you want to be on the community side of things? So there are so many aspects of ecosystem.
Incubation.
Yeah, so if, in my opinion, if incubation, then it really, then I think it depends on how big you want to be and where do you want to position yourself? Do you want to be number 1, or are you okay to be number 5 or number 4? Or do you want to be just a silent player? You don't care whether you're even in the up there kind of thing. So first of all, I think that personal opinion. So hopefully you guys are open to it. When I went through TusStar's website, Arif shared with me your plan, also 2021 plan, and also looking at your Facebook. To me, TusStar doesn't talk about what you do or what you offer and stuff like that. You only talk about things to me that's not important to me. You talk a lot about TusStar. You don't talk about what can TusStar do for me, right? So for an entrepreneur or even for a general public, I look at TusStar and it's like, oh, TusStar, just want to talk about themselves, just want to, do whatever they want to do themselves. Then it doesn't really focus on me. And then the 2021 plan to me is not a plan at all. I feel like you guys have no plan. You guys just have a whole bunch of, oh, we are this, we are that, we are this, we are that. But to me, it's like, I know who you are, but I don't know what you do. I don't know why I should come to you. I don't know, what can you offer to me? I don't know what is it that you're doing and how can you engage me and stuff like that. So I think that first of all, I would advise you guys to figure out what is it that you want to be positioned as in the ecosystem. If you say that it's incubator, then incubator is the only thing you talk about, is the only thing you do, is the only thing that, your entire branding should be around your incubator. Then don't talk about any other stuff, and so on and so forth. Perhaps this is something that Arif can help with, running a workshop, looking at, really drawing down all these ideas that you guys have within the team down to a very, very clear, very, very concise strategic plan on how can you position yourself. Take, for example, if you say that our mission in Malaysia over the next 3 years is to be the #1 incubator for early stage startups in Malaysia or growth stage startup in Malaysia, that is the mission, then keep it as a mission. Then your goals, you set maybe 3 sets or 4 sets of goals that will help you achieve that mission. Maybe first of all is that ensuring that you partner with the most important key ecosystem players in Malaysia. So you go and drill down, 5 or 10 important ecosystem players like MDEC, Magic, those guys, or other financing like Khazanah and those guys to be partners, or Cradle. Number 2, our goal, maybe the number 2 goal is to look at startup ecosystem index, or even the research reports, all this kind of stuff, and see how can you put TusStar somewhere in those reports and in those key research around startups in Malaysia. Number 3 maybe is about thinking about how can you design your program and your screening process to make sure that you get the best startups in Malaysia, but also to ensure that those key startups will become successful. As long as you have one or two very big startups that become very successful, your credibility is solved already. They will start talking about TusStar, people will think, oh, TusStar is the one that helped them get somewhere, and stuff like that, and you're already there. So that's just an example and just a quick thought. Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of usefulness, I think what you just now say is really true to us. And then so that also I think of one question, since that in terms of usefulness, I found out that we are always lack of understanding in the needs of maybe our partners and also the mainly of our clients, what they need. So every time like the feedback or also every time like we interact with them, the response rate or even the information we get is really low or not that valuable. So in your perspective, how do we like really get to know better of our customer or our partnership also, so that we can much more align all of our resources together and really serve a better value to our community?
Good question, and thankfully there's an easier question than Ari's question. I would say that one of my best skills is actually negotiation and building partnership. Not very good with a lot of other things. So when it comes to partnership, I think first of all is that, your question of how can you get to know your customer and your partners better, and how can you build better partnership as well. I think firstly, even for me, right, I don't know who is TusStar and what TusStar do. I know who you are, I know you're part of the whole the Tsinghua innovation part before, and you're part of Tsinghua University, blah blah blah. But to me, it's like, okay, then what? What do you do? If I don't know what you do, I cannot know how to suggest how our partnership could work. So that's why to me, your question actually really, I would give the same answer to what Andrew asked earlier, is that I think first of all, TusStar needs to figure out what you're doing and what are you actually. Right? You're not clear on what you are. You're not clear on what you provide. You're not clear on what is you don't have a plan. So the plan that you sent me actually is not a plan. It's just a company profile or a corporate profile. It's not a plan. A plan usually has goals, has programs and all this kind of stuff. You talk about your achievements and what you want to achieve and what are the programs that you offer and run and so on and so forth. That is a plan. Activities that you do. So I think those things you need to work out first before you can go and go look for partners. For partners, they struggle to even know who is TusStar and what TusStar do. It is going to be impossible for partners to even want to figure out a way to work with TusStar in a deep manner, because if I don't know what you do, I don't know how I can align myself to your activities as well. Right? Whereas if you say that, oh, you're an incubator, I'm an accelerator, what if we can find out a way that we can, if anyone I reject, I will promote to TusStar. Anyone that TusStar reject, you promote it to me. So we can share those applications. That's one example, right? Or if I'm in Google, I must say, hey, TusStar, you have all these tech. I know that you're an incubator of tech startups. Maybe I'll partner with you by providing Google services to your participants or customers and stuff like that. So first of all, figure out who you are and what you actually do and what you want to do. What are the goals you want to achieve? What is TusStar in reality, and who is TusStar in Malaysia, and what do you offer to what are the activities that you run? From there, then you can start thinking about how you approach partners, and once getting to know partners as well, and then find that value. One thing that I found very helpful is that for people who are in the partnership team or building the partnership team, usually it's more helpful to hire someone who already have the connection to the key ecosystem players, who already have the contacts and the trust and the credibility as well with the partners that you want to partner with. Take for example, if MDEC and ministries are the people that you want to partner with, then it will make sense for you to hire someone who already have that connection or that reputation with the government, as well as with MDEC and the ministries. That is my 2 cents.
All right, I know I'm stealing your lunch time. I will give one last question before.
I think there's someone else want to ask.
Okay, fine.
Or three. Let's do last 3. Then I'm gonna.
Okay. If you guys are okay, you guys have meetings at 2 or 1:30 or something like that. Feel free to excuse yourself, but yes, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to talk to Ehon Chan. So make full use of it.
Ellie have a question here.
Yeah, hi Ellie.
Hi, Ehon. So, talking about social media, so how should we build our social media presence as a tech incubator? Do you have any suggestions, or from your point of view, what do you expect from a social media account of tech incubator?
Oh, tough question. I think again, it is similar to the previous answer as well, is that you need to figure out what is your plan first. What does TusStar want to do in Malaysia? Only then I think we can craft out your social media strategy in terms of, first of all, what kind of language should you be using? What are some of the keywords that you should be focusing on? What are some of the content that you should be looking at? And what are campaigns that you can run also on social media? Those things I think can only happen once TusStar has a plan. Right now, TusStar doesn't have a plan. So to me, the social media content is very, very generic. When I scroll to your Facebook, the first 6 posts that I saw is all on Chinese New Year and information that is not relevant to me. Hence, I saw there's only 1 or 2 likes and that's it. Which, as we know, 1 and 2 likes is extremely, extremely low lah. So something is definitely not right there, and you're definitely not speaking to your crowd. So you're definitely not using the right kind of language, or you're not putting out the right kind of content, because you do have 1,000+ followers on Facebook. It's just that none of them find your content interesting or engaging or even relevant to them. So something is wrong there lah. I don't know what is wrong, but in my guess, I think there's a few things. Maybe you're not using the right words, the right keywords. You're also promoting the wrong content, or maybe your followers are not real entrepreneurs or not real people that is part of your target market. Or maybe, there's so many maybes. You have to figure that out first. But again, back to my original point is that TusStar needs to figure out first, what is TusStar? What is TusStar's plan? What can TusStar offer to the general public? And who is your target market? If you say it's entrepreneur, then you don't talk about all sorts of other things that's not relevant and related to tech startups and that lah. The other thing as well, I think you have to be quite culturally sensitive as well. So I saw that there's a giant picture of bakwa on the Facebook as well, which, as we know, we are in a Muslim majority country. So even though, yes, majority of your target market are Chinese, we're all Chinese, and or non-Muslim, but we still have, except Arif, which,
and shiny, that we're all Malaysian, except Marina, maybe. You know what? We're a global city.
Yeah, but we still have to be culturally sensitive lah, to the majority as well. So that's one thing that I would advise also. But that's a small point. That's not as important as the bigger point, which is that TusStar needs to first figure out its own identity and what it offers before you can craft out a social media strategy. And social media strategy, I can spend a whole day talking about, and it could be a whole workshop altogether. But I would suggest someone else run the workshop, but I'm not the best also. Next question.
Hi, Ehon.
Hi, Roy.
Roy here. Would like to know more about Ehon Consulting. What do you all do? Share about this. Understand more.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share a little bit about how it all started. So I have always been a bit of a rebel. I've always been a bit someone who doesn't believe in taking the typical straight path. So from when I was young, I've always been very curious about all sorts of stuff. I've also been very lucky even though I grew up in a very poor family and grew up through poverty itself. But I was very lucky that I managed to save enough money to go to Australia to study, and through there I managed to get involved in many things, to the point where when I was only 22 years old, I was already a board member of one of Australia's top 5 biggest banks, and that really helped, I guess, increase my visibility as well as credibility, and open up a lot of opportunities for me lah. That's when I founded NGO. I actually founded several NGOs. Most of them failed. One of them became very successful and is now part of a global organization. Another few, also a lot of startups also didn't work out. But I was also lucky that 1 or 2 startups worked out as well, and work out really well. And then through that, a lot of big corporates, a lot of successful people start contacting me to ask for advice, to ask for mentorship. Take for example, one of my longest my longest mentee, someone I mentor, is actually the CEO of Deloitte Australia and New Zealand. And later, you know, I got phone calls from people like Richard Branson and all these guys who would just call me for ask for advice, or sometimes they want to make an investment, or sometimes they want to start something new. They will ask for my 2 cents and things like that. So that's how eventually I started a company where, because most of them will pay me for my time. So that's when I started my company. Although these days, a lot of things, most of the things I do is around strategy. So take for example, I can already, like TusStar, right? I can help you craft out a strategy of who you actually really are and what you offer, what do you do, and so on and so forth. But obviously I can't do that unless I run a workshop to you guys, because I cannot tell you what you should be. It should come from you lah. I can only try to, you know, sieve through your thoughts and your ideas and all that, and really draw down to what it is that you're trying to do. And then on the second part is that for me, because I know so much about that's what's going on in the country and in the region, I can also then push your strategy, ensure that it actually aligns with the larger ecosystem and the bigger picture overall. So that's a lot of what I do. I do a little, so, and sometimes companies come to me because they have a challenge that they're facing. So they might ask me to help them come up with strategy and innovation. So right now I'm working with 2 clients. One is a F&B company who last year during the pandemic, they actually got affected really, really badly. But they still turned over 1.5 million last year, which is not too bad for a company that is still very, very new and very, very young. So they're looking to become more efficient, and they want to change the internal system and processes, but also looking at how can they move from a B2B company now to a B2C company. Internally, what are the strategy they need to adopt in order to move to that, I guess, move to that kind of B2C business. So my role internally is, as a consultant to them, is number one, I'm currently crafting their systems and processes internally. So obviously moving from B2B, B2C, your entire system and process will have to shift also lah. Because for example, with B2B, quotation, all this is important. For B2C, you don't need quotation, right? They just need to know how much they pay, done. So payment gateway becomes very important when it comes to a B2C company. So I'm looking at the entire tech systems and processes shift. The second thing is also organizational structure. So once you also, like I said, that's why I cannot answer Andrew's question earlier, because to know the org structure, or how many staff member, or the kind of people you need to hire or need to have, it all comes down to where you want to move. So for this company, when they move from B2B to B2C, obviously you're moving, you have to change the way your company operates also lah. So the entire organizational structure, I'm also doing, and we just got approval. So tomorrow is the final conversation to finalize the org chart before we implement it next week, and fully implement it by May. So there's also other things that I'm also working on, things like coming out with a 3-year strategy for them also. That's more long-term lah. So this is a 6-month project. So it's actually a much longer project. That's why there's a lot of work that I'm doing with them. Yeah, so obviously along that path as well, you know, sometimes they just want to ask for advice. Like there's been a crisis going on recently. One of their staff got COVID, so they have to shut down the entire company. So I advised them through the entire process of, you know, how do you communicate it to your customer? How do you make sure that you still stay surviving, and so on and so forth. So that's an example. Another client that I'm working with right now is a properties management company. So they are one of the biggest property owner and property manager in Cyberjaya. I live in Cyberjaya, and I love Cyberjaya. And I highly encourage that TusStar should consider moving to Cyberjaya, given that this is the startup capital, and this is where all the important and most renowned key ecosystem player in startups are located, whether it's MDEC, whether it's Magic, Futurize, you know, and so on and so forth. On top of that, the biggest startups are all here as well, whether it's Aerodyne, the second largest drone company in the entire world, second to DJI, so China wins, but second in Malaysia, and various other startups as well. So I'm working with this properties owner. As you know, property is also struggling. So F&B cannot make money. So a lot of the tenants are moving away. A lot of offices have shut down as well, and they're working from home. So they're not willing to pay for their rental, obviously. So I'm working with them to craft out what is the strategy for them over the next 3 years. For this one, it's retainer basis, so they don't put me on a timeline. It's just that the company owner after meeting me and after having several conversations, he really enjoys my advice and my ideas. So he put me on their board of directors amongst and obviously these are older folks. I don't want to offend them. They are not so young people. They're a very Chinese company because all of them are Chinese background. And so they are very traditional in that sense. But some of the suggestion that I'm suggesting to them and moving them towards is how do we shift ourselves from being just a property owner and property manager to now moving property as a service, right? So when I say property as a service, that imagine you don't see property as something that you pay rental for. It's something that you need when you need it. So it's just a service in itself. So can we imagine property as a service? And beyond property services, you can break it down into further, because every property needs other services as well. You need to make sure that parking is there. You need to make sure that pantry is stocked up and then the pantry is working, cleaning, and so on and so forth. So there are many other services under properties as a service as well. So that's the strategy that they haven't even heard it yet. You'll get exclusive insight into this. So that's something I'm proposing to them that at the next board of directors meeting coming up. So there's just a few examples of what I do. Sometimes companies want to launch certain new things, I might help them. So Khazanah a few months ago wanted to look at potentially liberalizing the energy market. So looking at downstream energy sector. So I helped them craft out a feasibility study and look at landscape ecosystem audit and things like that.
Thank you.
No problem, Roy.
Nice knowing you.
No, you too.
Visit to you in Cyberjaya.
Absolutely, more than happy to show you around, bring you can have some food.
Cyberview, right?
No, I'm in Prima, so Prima 8. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but I know the Cyberview owner also lah.
Okay.
All right, I think Arif is gonna come in and say one last question. So
any other burning question? I can hear your stomach grumbling already.
I know. I'm looking forward to my bak kut teh. I want to have bak kut teh for lunch.
Mana ada bak kut teh in Cyberjaya?
Ada lah. We have Klang bak kut teh. Okay. You think Cyberjaya is so behind ke?
Right. Anyway, any other questions?
No, I think Kuroshi want to ask something. Then you.
Oh, okay.
No. I basically had my answer. I was thinking about a lot of things as you are talking already. So yeah, that's it.
So what are the things that you're thinking about?
So because just now you mentioned about like we have to build a credibility and stuff, and because I'm in the marketing and communication department, so basically in charge of social media. So I'm basically thinking that should we focus on building a very professional image, or like we should do like educational type, like to raise awareness about incubation, right? So like which one should we focus more on? Because like what we are doing now, right, is we have LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and stuff. So we mainly use Instagram as our like interactive, creative, and fun platform to put out more informative, like educational, fun content. But on LinkedIn, like it's mostly like our visits, official news, and those very official stuff. But for Facebook, it's more like an overall our main image. Yeah.
And how's the engagement so far, in your opinion?
Not very good. Yeah.
All of them? In all platforms? Which platform is doing better?
I think maybe Instagram, because it's more interactive in a way, I think.
Average engagement per post?
It's like around 8%.
8%. In your opinion, your ideal goal would be?
Yeah, it would be definitely more, but comparing with other posts, like in Facebook and LinkedIn, like it's way lower, but in Instagram, it's like around 8, 10. Well, also there are some posts that are a bit lower, but I think maybe Instagram is a little bit more interactive and fun. So it's a little bit better, just a little bit. Yeah, so yeah.
So your question was around, how should you brand yourself? In your opinion, what is the answer that you have for yourself?
Like because from TusStar's tagline, right, it's like a humanized incubator. So I think we are more focusing on being young, fun, creative. But I think we should also do a little bit of like professional image branding lah. So yeah, that's what we are doing now. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of thought that needs to be put into it and all the planning and stuff lah. Yeah.
I think that a lot of you guys are only thinking. I mean, also to be fair, you guys are quite young lah, so you guys are not as experienced in terms of strategy and thinking strategically as well. So a lot of you guys are still very much thinking on your activity, what I'm doing, how I'm doing, and stuff like that. So you're asking questions like, you know, the kind of language, the kind of branding, and stuff like that. I think that someone, I don't know who the CEO, the COO, whoever the top management is, the top management to me needs to lead the organization in strategic planning first. I think there is a lack of a strategic plan or even a plan for the organization. And hence a lot of you guys at the lower level who are staff member trying to do your work, whether it's in marketing or comms or building partnership, you don't have a plan to go approach your customer. You don't have a plan to communicate to your customer. You have no plan to approach your partner or know how to build a partnership with your partner as well. So I think that the leadership needs to first of all define the TusStar's goal and plan for 2021, 2022, or 2023. Before then, you guys start thinking about what is the kind of brand we should be going for in terms on our social media, what is kind of post that we should be posting on our social media, the kind of language, the kind of feel, and so on and so forth. Because to me, it is not as important whether you try to position yourself as a young and fun organization or a bit more serious, a bit more business-like. Because ultimately, your target market is all of those guys, right? Your target market is the young and cool and hip entrepreneur, all the way down to the not so young and cool and hip, but still entrepreneur. Take, for example, Mark Cheng, who founded Job Street, or the guy who started Warp, right? These guys are parents. These guys are father of kids. Do you think that they're young and fun? No, right? But they will be the kind of entrepreneurs you would like to have in your programs, no? Well, when they're early stages, right? And then you also have on the other, and people like, for example, Wai Hong at Store Hub, who is a very, very good friend of mine. I would not call him young and hip and cool. Anthony Tan, those guys, they're not young, hip, and cool, right? But then obviously you do have other startup entrepreneurs, founders who are a little bit more hip and cool. So people like Alan Chia at GoGet, those guys, although he just left GoGet, and the various others, they are a bit more, you know, hip and cool in the sense that they like this kind of hip and cool kind of stuff. But beyond that, I think at the end of the day, obviously whatever you try are not working. So in my opinion, personal opinion, I think it comes down to two things. One is that for most people, they don't engage with TusStar because they feel like TusStar has no value to them, right? So why should I be engaging with TusStar? I'm just following you in case one day you finally say there's something useful for me, I would know what's going on. But for now, all your posts, I don't care. It's not important to me. It's not relevant to me as well, right? Because most of the thing you communicate does not tell me what value you're creating for me as an entrepreneur, as a startup entrepreneur and stuff like that. The second thing which you mentioned, and I will stress it again and again, is credibility. Right now, TusStar doesn't have credibility. No one knows TusStar. I mean, some people know TusStar. I only know TusStar because my former staff member worked with you guys before, VTS, in the early days. So those who know VTS would know lah. So that's the only reason I know TusStar. And then beyond that, I don't know who TusStar is. And even when I look at some of the things you organize with MDEC and Huawei and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, there's only 3 likes and there's only 4 likes, which to me, it comes down to credibility. How can you build credibility to the general public so that people actually trust TusStar? That's one. Number 2, believe what TusStar says. And number 3, would want to also be part of TusStar's programs, activities, you know, conversation and everything else. Yeah, I'll always use Magic as an example because I'm so intimately, I know so much about Magic and a lot of intimate details. At Magic, because there's so many things we offer, like we have just under I have 2 departments. Just in these 2 departments that I look after, I run 13 programs. I'm not even talking about the other departments who run even more programs. So 13 programs with 30 over staff member, they'll constantly programs for everyone and anyone, whether you're super early stage, you don't even have an idea yet, all the way down to you're already working on your startup for a couple of years, you just want to grow, you're looking for an investor, we have a program for you, right? And so everyone wants to get involved or get connected to Magic, want to talk to Magic, and so on and so forth. So to me, okay, like that's slightly different because we're bigger scale, we have bigger budget, bigger resources, and all that. But to me, there is something that you can learn from there. Number one, what is it that you can offer to the general public? People who follow you, people who you want them to follow you, and you want them to engage with TusStar as well. Number two, make sure that you position TusStar as a credible, a believable, a trustable, important key ecosystem player. So I don't know who your CEO is. Are the top management attending, all the ecosystem events? Are you guys participating in all the ecosystem events? Right now on Clubhouse, every evening there's a startup conversation going on, right? So is anyone on Clubhouse getting involved as a panelist or sharing about TusStar, getting connected to the ecosystem, getting connected with the people in the ecosystem, getting involved with the ecosystem players and those kind of stuff, guys, so that you can build your own credibility as well. And number three, for me, I don't know anyone from TusStar, which is another danger, right? You always want at least one person who people know, oh, TusStar, oh, that so-and-so is in TusStar. So people also know who they can talk to, who they can approach and stuff like that. Yeah, so credibility, I would stress very, very importantly. If anything that you can take away from this whole session, I think focus on your credibility first. And I think credibility will come when you already figure out your strategic plan, or even just your plan itself, or what you want to do and who you are. And then you can start figuring out, how can I build the credibility as this mission that you're trying to achieve. So take, for example, if you say that your mission is to be a recognized and renowned startup incubator, then your credibility is how do you position TusStar now as number one, an incubator, number two, as a renowned one, and number three, as a trustable, credible one. So then don't plan your activities without knowing the end goal of what you want to achieve in the first place. Does it make sense?
Yes, thank you. Makes a lot of sense.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much.
Awesome sharing. Thank you.
Arif, over to you.
I will take that as your wrap up for our mini private Clubhouse session with TusStar. I do hope that was quite fruitful for all of you. And I want to bring you guys back to the board, just 1-2 minutes thing. And then after we can wrap it up and then we all can enjoy our lunch. I know I'm dragging this a bit too long, but thank you, Ehon, for spending your lunch with us. And also thanks for all the great questions to Ehon.
No worries. I think one thing, if I can just, have my last words, is that I think that what you guys are trying to do is important. I think that you guys are right to target Malaysia as the starting point, as a launchpad for TusStar in Southeast Asia. I think that TusStar do have values that you can bring to the entrepreneur ecosystem in Malaysia and Southeast Asia. So in terms of TusStar itself is not a problem. I think where you're currently struggling with, or your biggest challenge now, is on the implementation and execution side. I think that you guys have been struggling to build an identity for TusStar in Malaysia or in Southeast Asia. TusStar in Malaysia, Southeast Asia is still very much TusStar China. Even your website is all Chinese content. There's nothing that's relevant to the local context. You don't, technically speaking, you don't have a website for TusStar Malaysia or even Southeast Asia. There is no credibility yet. There is no activity to build the credibility either. There is no plan for TusStar Malaysia or TusStar Southeast Asia. So I won't focus so much on to me, who TusStar is and what TusStar is good enough. Now focus on how do you make TusStar relevant to the local context. And once you figure that out, I'm sure you guys will have no problem. You won't be asking a lot of the question you ask. You'll be asking more questions about, what kind of, what is the next big startup that we should be focusing on? What is the next industry we should be adding to our current existing 12 existing portfolio already? You should be asking about, we already now, already raised $100 million for our first 2 cohorts. Now we want to raise another 500 million for the next 2 cohort, which is, quadruple our last. How do we achieve that quadruple goal? So these are the questions that I was expecting actually initially, but it ended up being very, very I guess I can tell that a lot of you guys are also struggling with your role and what you guys are doing in your everyday work. That's why the questions from today is around your activities and your work lah. But yeah, I'm thank you for having me. Thank you for also putting up with my very blunt and honest input. So if I've offended anyone or if I have said anything that I shouldn't have said, I apologize. But I am known to have a very blunt and direct responses when people ask me questions, and that's also why some people enjoys working with me and some people don't. Yeah, thank you again. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thanks, Ehon. I think we're gonna take a group picture, a virtual group picture.
Okay.
Shall we? Ehon, you have to. The rule is if you don't wear Chinese New Year theme T-shirt, you have to take off your shirt.
Hey, I'm a scuba diver, okay? I have a nice body, I would like to think.
Okay, nobody asked that. Who's taking the picture?
I will take a screenshot. So
all right.
1, 2, 3.
Awesome.
So this is the new selfie now, huh?
This is the new selfie. Easier, no? Right? Okay. Thank you, Ehon. Have a good lunch. And can I bring the TusStar team back to the board for just like a 2-minute session? If you don't have the link is on the chat again. And let's all come to me. All right, so last thing before we wrap up this session, I do need your feedback, your honest feedback, constructive feedback. What do you think about the session? You can place smileys, emojis, or a dancing man on the feedback according to it. And then if you feel like there's probably something we could do more better, there's something there's room for improvement, feel free to point it out there in the feedback. I will lock the thing first. Oh, sorry guys. Let me just lock this first. All right, good. Sorry, I dragged it too long. It's like supposedly until 12:30, but it's like 1:30 already.
But hey, thank you so much, Arif. You didn't have to do this, but you went out of your way, so thank you so much.
It's part of the experience. Part of the experience. I do believe the experience of joining a workshop starts when you say you're joining. So from the beginning of it until this is not even the end of the workshop. The workshop will end after I send you guys a thank you email. That is the whole experience of the workshop. So I do care about when you guys come on board, onboarding, making sure Ravina's Miro works on the other side of the world. So yes, definitely this is something I am very passionate about, and I'm happy to deliver this to all of you. I hope it's okay. I hope this helps you guys in the work that you guys will be doing, because yes, we do need more key important ecosystem players in the ecosystem, because I think it's time for us to rise and be the best in Asia.
Yes. Inspiring. A lot of reflection thoughts on our end.
Too much probably, yeah. This is too a lot of reflection. Try to jam it in. I asked for 3 hours, but then it's like 4 hours now. Told you, I don't think we could do it in like an hour or two. You wouldn't even you wouldn't even get to where you are right now if like we do it in naked. So thanks for agreeing to do a 3 hour at least session. Right, if you guys are done with the feedback, I'm gonna leave the board open for a few days, and if I can transfer the ownership of the board after I clean up a few things on Miro, I will transfer the ownership of the board to you guys, so you guys can continue using Miro and build up the ecosystem. Or if you have like another software, a better one, then it's your turn to give me a workshop on how to use that software if there's something better than Miro. But yes, I think I will just end it right here. Feel free to continue commenting on the feedback, but my closing remark will be, I hope it was fruitful for you guys. I hope it was impactful, and I'm looking forward to see the effects of today's workshop, and hopefully in the years to come, TusStar is one of the best here in Malaysia. So any final questions? Any thoughts or something here before I go for lunch as well?
No, just would like to thank you. Thank you so much, Ari, for giving us such a fruitful discussion, and we wish you a really great fortune in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. I think it's very amazing section for today.
Thank you.
So thank you for your effort, and thank you help us to like trying to figure out what we have and what we want. I think it's quite useful for us, and I think we got much more clear direction now. And thank you for you bring the two guests to come today, and we hope like we can keep in touch, and let's see what we can do together in future.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you don't mind, you actually can leave your contact with us. It's definitely we need. It's our I can say it's our honor to be friend with you.
Can no problem. I am here. I am open to making you friends, and more than friends, because at the end of the day, I do believe, like for example, people you work with, and especially if you work together with people who you share the same passion about, like Amira, we used to be in the same team in Magic. I report to Ehon, and apart from that, I did ask another ex-colleague of mine from UNDP to join the facilitation, but then she couldn't because she had other things to do. So my colleagues, these were my colleagues, and outside of work, and even after we left the company, we're still friends. And because we are in the ecosystem, we still ask each other, hey, can you help me out in this? Can you help me out in that? And everything. It is a really nice community. It is a really nice culture to be helping out and stuff. So I see that you guys as well will be building up your own map, your own network, and I hope you stick around and we get to do some trainings, and maybe you could be my co-facilitator. All right, shall we end the call?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your
so
lunch.
much, Ari.
Happy Chinese New Year again. Hope we will cross paths.
Keep in touch.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.